Sackett by Louis L'Amour. Chapter 1. It wasn't as if he hadn't been warned. He got it straight, without no beating around the mesquite. "Mister," I said, "if you ain't any slicker with that pistol than you are with that bottom deal, you better not have at her." Trouble was, he couldn't be content with making one mistake. He had to make two. So he had at her, and they buried him out west of town where men were buried who died by the gun. And me, William Tell Sackett, who came to Uvula as a stranger and alone, I found myself a talked about man. We Sacketts had begun carrying rifles as soon as we stood tall enough to keep both ends off the ground. When I was shy of 9, I fetched my first cougar, caught him getting at our pigs. At 13, I nicked the scalp of a Higgins who had drawn a bead on Pa. We had us a fighting feud going on with them Higginses. Pa used to say a gun was a responsibility, not a toy, and if he ever caught anyone playing fancy with a gun, he'd have our hides off with a bullwhip. And none of us ever lost any hide. A gun was to be used for hunting, or when a man had a difficulty, but only a tenderfoot fired a gun unless there was need. At hunting time, Pa would hand out the cartridges, and of an evening he would check our game, and for every cartridge he'd given us, we had to show game or mighty good reason for missing. Pa wasn't one to waste a bullet. He had trapped the western lands with Kit Carson and old Bill Williams, and knew the value of ammunition. General Grant never counted cartridges on me, but he was a man who noticed. One time he stopped close while I was keeping 3 rebel guns out of action, picking off gunners like a possum picking off hazelnuts, and he stood by watching. "Sackett," he said finally, "how does it happen that a boy from Tennessee's fighting for the Union?" "Well, sir," I said, "my country is a thing to love, and I set store by being American. My great-grandpa was one of Dearborn's riflemen at the Second Battle of Saratoga, and Grandpa sailed the seas with Delcoter and Bainbridge. Grandpa was one of the boatmen who went in under the guns of the Barbary pirates to burn the Philadelphia. My folks built blood into the foundation of this country, and I don't aim to see them torn down for no reason whatsoever. Another rebel was fixing to load that canyon, so I drew a bead on him, and the man who followed him in the chow line could move up one place. "Come fighting time, General," I said, "there'll always be a Sackett ready to bear arms for his country, although we're peaceful folks unless riled." And that was still true, but when they buried that gambling man out west of Uvula, they marked me a bad man. In those days, what they called a bad man was one who was a bad man to have trouble with, and a lot of mighty good men were known as bad men. The name was one I hadn't hankered for, but Wes Bigelow left me no choice. Fact of the matter, if it hadn't been me, it would have been someone else, because Bigelow's bottom deal was nothing so good as I had seen on the riverboats. Nevertheless, I'd got a reputation in Uvula, and that seemed a good time to become a wandering man. Only I was fed up with drifting ever since the war and wanted a place to light. Outside of town I fell in with a cow outfit. North from Texas we rode, driving a herd to Montana grass, with never a thought of anything but grief while riding the Bozeman Trail. North of the Crazy Woman, 3 men rode into a camp hunting beef to buy. The boss was not selling, but they stayed on, and when my name was mentioned, one of them looked at me. "Are you the Sackett who killed Bigelow?" "He wasn't much good with a bottom deal." "Nor with a gun, I guess." "He was advised." "Unless you're fit to handle his 2 brothers, you best not ride into Montana. They come up by steamboat, and they're waiting for you." "I wasn't planning on staying around," I said, "but if they find me before I leave, they're welcome to it." "Somebody was wondering if you're kin to Tell Sackett, the Moore gunfighter." "Tell Sackett's my brother, but this is the first time I heard of him gunfighting. Only if he was put to it, he could do it. He cleaned up Moore. He's talked about in the same breath with Hickok and Hardin. He was a hand with any kind of shooting iron, Back to home he used to outshoot me sometimes. Sometimes. Sometimes I outshot Tyrrell, but I was older than him and had done more shooting. We drove our cattle to Gallatin Valley and scattered them on Montana grass, and Nelson Story, whose cattle they were, rode out to camp with the mail. There was a letter for me, the first one I'd ever got. All through the wartime I watched folks getting letters and writing them, and it was a hard thing, a yearning to have mail and receiving none. Got so when mail call came around I used to walk away and talk with the cook. He had lost his family to a war party of Kiowas out Texas way. This letter that Story brought me from town looked mighty fine, and I turned it in my hand several times, sizing it up and wishing it could speak out. Printing I could read, but writing was all which ways, and I could make nothing of it. Mr. Story, he stopped by and noticed. "Maybe I could help you," he suggested. Shame was upon me. Here I was a grown man, and couldn't read enough to make the sense out of a letter. My eyes could make sense of Cheyenne or Comanche war trail, but reading was something I couldn't handle. Mr. Story, he read that letter to me. Orrin and Tyrrell each had them a ranch, and Ma was living at Mora in New Mexico. Tyrrell was married to the daughter of a Don, one of those rich Spanish men, and Orrin was in politics and walking a wide path. All I had was a wore-out saddle, 4 pistols, a Winchester carbine, and the clothes I stood in. Yeah, I had me a knife, an Arkansas toothpick, good for hand fighting or butchering meat. "Your brother seemed to have done well," Mr. Story said. "I would learn to read if I were you, Tell. You're a good man, and you could go far." So I went horse hunting, and wound up making a dicker with an Indian. He had 2 Appaloosa horses, and he dearly wanted a 36 pistol caliber I had, so we settled out to outweight each other. Every boy in Tennessee grows up horse trading or watching them horses trade, and old Red Indian was going to outswap me. He was a tall, long Indian with a long, sad face, and he had eyes like an old wore-out hound dog, and I could only talk swap with him when I didn't look him in the eye. Something about that Indian made me want to give him everything I had. However, he had a thirst on, and I had me a jug of fighting whiskey. So I stalled and fixed grub and talked horse and talked hunting and avoided the subject. Upshot of it was I swapped the 36 pistol, 20 cartridges, an old blanket, and that jug of whiskey for those 2 horses. Only when I took another look at that pack horse, I wasn't sure who got the better of the swap. That letter from home stirred me to moving that way. There's folks who don't hold with women folks smoking, but I was horning to see Ma, and she smelled her old pipe a-going, and to hear the creak of that old rocker that always spelled home to me. When we boys were growing up, that creak was the sound of comfort to us. It meant home, it meant Ma, it meant understanding, and time to time it meant a belt with a strap. Somehow Ma always contrived to put a bait of grub on the table, despite drought that often lay upon the hills or the poor soil of our side hill farm. And if we came home bare-scratched or with a bullet under our skin, it was Ma who touched up the scratches or probed for the bullet. So I lit a shuck for New Mexico and the folks. That's an expression common down Texas way, for when a man left his camp to walk to a neighbor's, he would dip a corn shuck into the flames to light his path, and he would do the same when he started back. Folks used to speak of anyone who was leaving for somewhere as lighting a shuck. Well, most of my life I had been lighting a shuck. First it was hungering for a strange country, so I took off down the Natchez Trace for New Orleans. Another time I rowed a flatboat down river to the same place. Had me a time aboard those flatboats. Flatboat men had the name of being tough to handle. Lean and gangly like I was, they took me for a greener, but away back yonder in the hills, boys take to fighting the way they take to coon dogs or making shine, so I clobbered 'em good. I'm named for William Tell, whom Pa held in admiration for his arrow shooting and his standing on principle. Speaking of standing, I stand 6 foot 3 inches in my sock feet, when I had socks, and weighed 180 pounds, most of it crowded into chest and shoulders, muscled arms and big hands. Back to home I stood butt of all the funnin' because of my big hands and feet. No Sackett was ever much on the brag. We want folks to leave us alone, and we leave them alone. But when fighting time comes, we stand ready. Back in the mountains, and in the army too, I threw every man I tackled at wrestling. Pa raised us on Cornish-style wrestling and a good bit of fist work he had learned from an Englishman that was a prize fighter. "Boys," Pa used to say, "avoid conflict and trouble, for enough of it fetches to a man without him asking for it. But if you're attacked, smite them hip and thigh." Pa was a great man for Bible speaking, but I never could see a sense in striking them hip and thigh. When I had to smite them, I did it on the chin or in the belly. It's a fair piece from Montana to New Mexico astride a horse, but I put together a skimpy outfit and headed west for Virginia City and the Alder Gulch. A day or two I worked here and there, and then pulled out for Jackson Hole and the Teton Mountains. It came over to me I wanted to hear Orrin singing the old songs. The songs our people brought from Wales, or the songs we have had, like those travelling from Ireland, Scotland, and England. Many happy thoughts of my boyhood time were memories of singing around the fire at home. Orrin was always the leader at that, a handsome singing man, the best liked of us all. We held no envy, being proud to call him our brother. When I started for New Mexico, the last thing I was hunting was gold or trouble, and usually they come as a pair. Gold is a hard-found thing, and when a man finds it, he's bound to fetch trouble a keeping it. Seems like a man finds gold only when he ain't hunting it. He turns up a rock to throw at something, and that rock turns out to be mostly gold, or he trips over a ledge and finds himself sitting astride the mother lode. This whole shooting match of a thing started because I was a curious man. There I was, dusting my tail down a south-going trail with no trouble. A time or two I cut Indian sign, but I fought shy of them. Back in my army days I heard folks tell of what a bad time the Indian was getting, and some of them, like the Cherokees who settled down to farming and business, did get a raw deal. But most Indians would ride 100 miles any time to find a good fight, or a chance to steal horses or take a scalp. When the war ended, I joined up to fight the Sioux and Cheyenne in Dakota after the Little Crow massacre in Minnesota. The Sioux had moved off to the west, so we chased them, and a couple of times we caught them, or they caught us. Down Texas way, I had trouble with the Kiowa, Comanche, and Arapaho, or even the Apache, so I had respect for Indians. It was a slow riding time. Of a morning the air was brisk and chill with a hint of frost in the higher altitudes, but the days were warm and lazy, and by night the stars were brighter than a body would believe. There's no grander thing than to ride wild country with time on your hands, so I walked my horses down the backbone of the Rockies, through the Tetons in the south of the South Pass, and on to Brown's Hole. Following long grass slopes along the aspen groves, camping in flowering meadows beside chuckling streams, killing only when I needed grub, and listening then to the long echo of my rifle shot. Believe me, I was having me a time. Nothing warned me of trouble to come. Thinking of Orrin's mellow Welsh voice a-singing, I came fresh to hear my own voice. So I took a swaller from my canteen and tipped back my head, and I gave out with a song. It was Brendan on the Moor, about an old Irish highwayman, a song I dearly loved to hear Orrin sing. I didn't get far. A man who plans to sing while he's riding had better reach an understanding with his horse. He should have him a good voice, or a horse with no ear for music. When my voice lifted in song, I felt that horse bunch his muscles, so I broke it off short. That Appaloosa and me had investigated the capabilities of each other the first few times I got up in the saddle, and I proved to him that I could ride. That horse knew a thing or two about bucking and pitching, and I had no notion of proving myself again on a rocky mountainside. And then we came upon the ghost of a trail. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. There was a sliver of white quartz thrust into a crack in a wall of red sandstone. Riding wild country, a man who wants to keep his hair will be wary for anything out of the ordinary. He learns to notice the bent down grass, the broken twig, the muddied water of a stream. Nature has a way that is simple and direct and familiar. Animals accept nature pretty much as they find it. Although they build lairs and nest for themselves, they disturb their surroundings mighty little. Only the beaver, who wants to make his home in the water, and so builds his dams, will try to alter nature. If anything is disturbed, chances are it was a man. This was lonesome country, and that quartz had not come there by accident. It had been put there by hand. The last settlement I had seen was South Pass City, far away to the north, and the last human had been a greasy trapper whose was mostly hair and wore-out buckskins. He and his pack mules went by me like a pay wagon passing a tramp. They simply paid me no mind. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, I had seen neither man nor the tracks of men, although I'd passed lots of game, including one old silver-tipped grizzly that was scooping honey out of a hollow tree. That bear was minding his business, so I minded mine. We Sackett boys never killed anything we didn't need to eat unless it was coming at us. A mountain man tries to live with the country instead of against it. However, this quartz, being where it was, struck me as a mighty interesting thing. If it was to mark a trail of some kind, there was no indication of that trail on the ground, and some kinds of the soil will hold trails of marks for many years. Prying that sliver of quartz from its crack, I gave it a study. It seemed that it had been there for years and years. I put it back where I had found it and unlimbered my field glasses. These were war booty taken from the body of a rebel colonel down near Vickersburg, and he being in no shape to object. Sure enough, some distance off, I saw another gleam of white on the face of a rock. Homesickness had started me south, but it was plain old-fashioned curiosity that led me to follow that white quartz trail. No doubt about it, I'd stumbled upon a trail the likes of which I had never seen before, and whoever conceived the idea must have been mighty knowing, for it was unlikely to have been noticed. Yet it was easily followed, for, even in the almost dark, those white fragments would catch the light. For more than an hour I followed the strange trail up the mountainside through the trees. The pines thinned out, and I rode around groves of aspen, and soon I was close to timberline in the wildest, loneliest country a man would likely ever see. Above me were gray granite shoulders of bare rock streaked with occasional snow. There were stunted trees, most often than not, lightning blasted and dead, and many fallen ones. The air was so fresh it was like drinking cold water to breathe it, and there was a touch of a chill. It was very clear, and a body could see for miles. Nowhere did I see a track, nor horse droppings, nor any sign of old campfires or wood cutting. From time to time there'd be no place to put the quartz. A cairn of rocks had been set up. It began to look as if I'd stumbled onto an awfully old trail, older than any I'd ever followed or even heard tell of. Pa had wintered south of here on the Dolores River one time with a party of trappers. Many a time he had told us boys about that, and over a campfire in Texas I'd been told of Father Escalante's trip through this region, hunting a trail to the California missions from Santa Fe. But he never would have come as high as this. Only riches of some kind would have brought men this far back into the country, unless they were hiding. Nobody needed to tell me that the trail I had taken might lead to blood and death, for when gold comes into man's thinking, common sense goes out. It was getting close to sundown when I fetched through a keyhole pass into a high mountain valley without growth of any kind. Bleak and lonely under the sky, it was like a granite dish, streaked here and there with snow or ice that lay in the cracks. Timberline was 1,000 feet below me, and I was close under the night-coming sky with a shivering wind, scarcely more than a breath of strength, blowing across the valley. All I could hear was the sound of my horse's hooves and the creak of my saddle. There was a spooky feeling in the air, and my horse walked with his ears pricked to the stillness. Off to the left lay a sheet of ghost water, a high, cold lake fed by melting snow, scarcely stirred by the breath of wind. It lay flat and still, and that lake worried me, for I had heard stories of ghost water lakes in the high-up mountains. Then there came a sound, and my horse heard it first. Riding lonesome country, a man does well to give heed to his horses, for they will often see or hear things a man will miss, and these Appaloosas were mountain bred, capturing wild, and still wild at heart, and, like me, they had a love for the lost, the wild, and the lonely. It was a far-off sound, like rushing wind in a great forest, or like the distant sound of steam cars running on rails. It grew as we moved nearer, and I knew it for the sound of falling water. I came to another keyhole pass, even narrower than the first, and the trail led into it. Alongside the narrow trail rushed the outflow of that ghost lake, spilling down the chute in a tumble of white water. I could see it falling away in a series of falls, steep slides, and rapids. The pass was no more than a crack, not a canyon or ravine, just a gash in the face of the mountain wall. A gloomy place, shattered and spattered by spray. A thread of trail skirted the rushing stream, a trail that must, much of the time, be under water. Believe me, I took a good look down that dark, narrow crack filled with the roar of the water. Yet, on the wall, in a place dug out on purpose, was a sliver of quartz, and now I'd come too far to turn back. My horses shied from that opening, liking it not at all, but I was less smart than my horse, and I urged them on, starting gingerly down the slide. That rail was narrow. It was almighty narrow. If it played out there'd be no way of turning back. No Mustang was ever taught to back up, and I had no way of controlling the pack horse anyway. Once I got him started, that Appaloosa was big as fool as I was. Ears pricked, he started down, sliding on his rump in spots, it was that steep. A body couldn't hear a thing above the roar of the water. Rock walls towered hundreds of feet overhead, closing in places until there was scarcely a crack above us. It was like riding through a cave. Ferns overhung the water in places, and there was more than 30 yards in one place and twice as far in another, where a thin sheet of water actually ran over the trail. In other places, where the stream fell away into a deep chasm beside the trail, I lost all sight of the water, and could only hear it. In 2 or 3 spots near waterfalls, the mist and spray was thick enough to soak a man and blot out everything. It was a death trap, all right, and I felt it. A man who says he's never been scared is either lying, or else he's never been any place or done anything. For about 3 miles I followed that trail. I went down it more than 1,000 feet, judging by the vegetation in the valley that I found. It opened on my right, narrow at first and then widening. The creek tumbled off and disappeared into a narrow, deep canyon, shrouded by ferns and trees growing up from the rock walls. But the trail turned into the valley. At that point, the valley was no more than 20 yards wide, with steep walls raising on either side. A man on foot might have climbed them. A horse couldn't have gone 6 feet. The last of the sunlight was tilting the canyon walls on the east, but for maybe 150 yards I rode in deep shadows. and then the valley broadened. It looked to be a couple miles long and a quarter to half a mile wide. A stream ran along the bottom and emptied into that runoff stream beside which I had been riding. The bottom was a pretty high mountain meadow as a body would ever see, and along the stream there were clumps of aspen, some dwarf willows, and other trees whose names I couldn't recall. A few elk were feeding not far off, and they looked up at me. It was likely there was another way into the valley, but a body wouldn't know it from their actions. When I rode nearer, they moved off, but seemed in no way frightened. The pack horse was pulling back on the lead rope, not at all sure he wanted to go into that valley. My mount was going all right, but he hadn't decided whether he liked it or not. Me, I was feeling as spooky as an 8-year-old in a graveyard picnic in the evening. So I shucked my Winchester, expecting I had no idea what. We walked in it slow. Horse, he was stepping high, ears up, and spooky as all get out. But you never saw a prettier little valley than this one, caught as now with the late shadows on it, and a shading of pink and rose over that rocky rim high above us. And then I saw the cave. Actually, it was only a place hollowed out by wind and water from the face of the cliff, but it cut back maybe 8 to 10 feet at its deepest, and there were some trees, mostly aspen, growing in front, masking the entrance. Getting down, I tied my horses to a tree, not risking them taking off and leaving me afoot. No tracks. Nobody had been here for a long time. Part of the opening had been walled up with stones the way cliff dwellers often do, and the insides was all black with the smoke of forgotten fires. There was nothing much there but broken stones where part of the wall had fallen, and in the back, at the deepest part, a polished log that had been cut off on both ends with an axe. That big old log was polished smooth from folks a-sitting on it, but on one end there were several rows of small notches. Counting them, they added up to groups of 30 and 31, and figuring every notch as a day, they came out to be about 5 months. In a place like this, that was a long time. Sand had blown into the cave, and my toe stubbed against something on the floor at the back. Digging around with my hands, I pulled out one of those old breastplates like the Spanish men wore. It was rusted, but it was made of good steel tempered by the force of a blow. All I knew about the Spanish men I'd heard from Pa when he used to yarn with us about his old days as a mountain man. He told us much of Santa Fe, where he had lived for a spell, and I knew that Santa Fe was 10-11 years old before the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock. Those Spanish men had done a sight of exploring, and much of it was only a matter of record away over in Spain. How many expeditions had gone exploring, nobody rightly knew, and this might have been the tag end of one of them. The trail I'd been hunting as I rode south was one Pa had told me about, and of which I'd heard more from miners in Montana. Spanish men had used that trail for trading expeditions to the Ute country. Traders had traveled that route to the north before Father Escadade, even before Captain John Smith sighted the Virginia shore, but they left little record. Riviera had scouted through here in 1765, but he was a latecomer. Studying around in the little time I had before it got dark, I figured that no more than 3 or 4 men had reached this valley, and 2 of them had never left, because I found their graves. One of them had a stone marker, and the date of death was 1544. Maybe I was the first to see that grave in 300 years. That shelter might have been slept for in a pinch, certainly no more. Yet at least one man had to get out of here and leave the trail I had found. I had a hunch it was 2 men. The only puzzle was how they come into this valley in the first place. On the wall, half concealed by aspen leaves, was carved a Spanish word, Oro. Beside it, an arrow pointing up the valley. Oro is a word that's most recognized, even those who knew no Spanish. Serving in the army with a couple of men who spoke the Spanish tongue, I learned a bit of the language and much more while in Texas. The shadows were long now, but there was still light, and I had that word to lead me on. Stepping into the saddle, I walked my horses up the valley. Sure enough, a half-mile up I found a tunnel dug into the side of a hill and broken rock all around. Picking up a chunk from a pile stacked against the wall of the tunnel, I found it heavy with gold. It was real, genuine high-grade, the kind of stuff a body hears tell of but rarely ever sees. Those Spanish men had found gold all right. No matter how they come to be here, they had found it, and now it was mine. All I had to do was get it out. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. So there I was, up to my ears in a strange country, with gold on my hands. We Sacketts never had much. Mostly we wanted land that we could crop and graze, land where we could raise a family. We set store by kinfolk, and when trouble showed, we usually stood against it as a family. The Higgins feud, which had cost our families' lives, had ended while I was away. Tyrell ended that feud on the day when Orrin was facing up to marriage. Long Higgins had come laying for Orrin, figuring on Orrin's mind would be all upset with marrying. Long Higgins missed Orrin when his bride pushed Orrin out of the way, but she took the lead bullet meant for a Sackett. Trouble was, Long never figured on Tyrell, and you always had to figure on Tyrell. He was a man who could look you right over the barrel of your gun at you, just like you'd look across a plate of supper. He'd look right down your gun barrel and shoot you dead. Only Tyrell never hunted trouble. We were nip and tuck with a pistol. Maybe I was a shade better with a rifle, but it always was a question. Right now the question was one of gold. Pa, he always advised us boys to take time to contemplate, so I took it now. First off, I had to figure out what to do. The gold was here, but it had to be kept secret until I could get it laid claim to officially and get it out. Gold is never a simple thing. Many a man has wished he had gold, but once he has it, he finds trouble. Gold causes folks to lose their right thinking and their common sense. It has been lied for and killed for, and I was in a lawless country. Gold has weight, and when a body carries it, it's hard to hide. Gold almost seems to have an odor. Folks can smell it out even faster than gossip. Finding the gold was one thing, but getting it out was another. I had no tools and nothing in which to carry it but my saddlebags. Nearly all my money had gone to buy grub and gear for this trip south. I wanted to take out enough gold now to buy a mining outfit. Seemed to be a sight of gold here, near as I could judge, as much as a body could want. But mostly I wanted enough for cattle and a place of my own, and enough to buy time for a little book learning. It ain't right for a man to be ignorant, but in the hills we had school only 1 year out of 3, and the time might not last over 2-3 months. When I got squared away with a pencil, I could write my name. Pa and Tyrell could read it, too. Only one of my officers in the army could read it, but he told me not to worry. A man who can shoot like you, he said, ain't likely to have anyone question the way he signs his name. But even if a man pays no mind to himself, he has to think of his youngsters, when and if. We Sacketts were healthy breeders, running long on tall boys. Counting ourselves, we had 49 brothers and cousins. Pa had 2 sisters and 5 brothers living. Starting a feud with us didn't make much kind of sense. If we couldn't outshoot 'em, we could outbreed 'em. A man who expects to sire's children doesn't want to appear a fool before them. We Sacketts believed young folk should respect their elders, but their elders have to deserve respect. Finding the gold could mean all the difference for me. While I was contemplating, I was unsaddling my horses and settling down for the night. The season was well into spring and fetching up to summer. The snow was almost off the mountains, although in this kind of country it never really seems to leave entirely, and there's no telling when it might snow again. If I went out, got an outfit, and came back, it would be a close thing to get some gold and leave before snow fell. High up as I was, snow could be expected 9 months of the year, and when snow fell, that valley up above would fill up and the stream would freeze over. Anyone caught in this valley would be stuck for the winter. Yet a heavy rain could make that narrow chute impassable for days. Allowing for rain spells and snow, there probably is not over 50 to 60 days a year when a man can get in and out of the valley, unless there was another way in. That left me with a worried, uneasy feeling to think I was in a jug that could be stopped at any time. Making coffee over my fire, I studied about my situation. Those Bigelows now, the brothers of the man I'd shot, they might think I would run for them, and they might try and follow me. During that ride south, I'd taken no more than usual precautions with my trail, and it fretted me to think they might follow me south and bother Orrin and Tyrell. Our family had had enough of feuding, and I had no right to bring trouble to their door. That the Bigelows would follow me to this place I did not expect. From my first discovery of the strange trail, I had taken care to cover my tracks and leave nothing for anyone to find. Wind scurried my fire, just a mite of wind, and my eyes strayed to that old breastplate against the wall. Did the ghosts of men really prowl in the night? Never a man to believe in haunts, I was willing to believe that if a place was to be haunted, this was likely one. Empty as this valley seemed, I had the feeling someone looking over my shoulder, and the horses were restless too. Come sleeping time, I brought them in off the grass where they had to be picketed and kept them close. A horse makes the best sentinel in many cases, and I had no other. However, I was a light sleeper. At daylight, I shagged out down to the stream and baited a hook for trout. They snagged onto my hook and put up a fight like it was sired by bulldogs, but I hauled them in, fried them out, and made a tasty breakfast. Making a handle out of a stick, I split the end and wedged it into a round stone, then lashed it into place. Using that and a few blades of stone, I started to work on that oar in the end of the tunnel. By sundown I had broken my axe handle twice at the hammer end, but had knocked off about 300 weight of ore. Long after nightfall, I sat beside my fire and broke up that quartz. It was rotten quartz, some of which I could almost pull apart with my fingers, but I hammered it down and got some of the gold out. It was free gold, regular jewelry store stuff, and I worked until after midnight. The crackling of my fire in the pine-scented night was a thing to pleasure me, but I walked down to the bank of the stream in the darkness and bathed in the cool water in the creek, and then I went back to the cave where I had camped and went to work on a bow. Growing up with Cherokees like we did, all of us boys hunted with bows and arrows, even more than with guns. Ammunition was hard to come by when Pa was off in the western lands, and sometimes the only meat we had was what we killed with a bow and arrow. My fire was burning wood that held the gathering perfume of years, and it smelled real good, and time to time the flames would strike some pitch and flare up, changing color, pretty as all get out. Suddenly the heads of my horses come up, and I was over in the deep shadows with my Winchester cocked. Times like that, a man raised in wild country don't think. He acts without thinking, or he may never get a chance to think again. For a long time I waited, not moving a muscle, listening into the night. Firelight reflected from the flanks of my horses. Could be a bear or a lion, but from the way the horses acted, I didn't think so. After a while the horses went back to eating, so I took a stick and snaked the coffee pot to me and had some coffee and chewed on some jerked beef. Awakening in the grey morning of light, I heard a patter of rain on the aspen leaves and felt a chill of fear. If it started to rain and that chute filled up with runoff water, it might be days before I could get out. So I sacked up my gold. The horses seemed to be happy to have me moving around. There was about 3 pounds of gold, enough and over for the outfit I needed. When I went outside, I saw that the trout I'd cleaned and hung in the tree against breakfast were gone. The string of which I had suspended the meat had been sawed through by a dull blade, or gnawed by teeth. I stood looking at the ground. Under the trees there were several tracks. They weren't cat tracks. They were the tracks of little human feet. They were the tracks of a child or a small woman. My skin crawled. Nothing human could be in this place, yet, come to think of it, I could never recall of a haunt liking the taste of trout. We Welsh, like the Irish and the Bretons, had our stories of the little people, all of which we loved to yarn about, but we didn't really believe in such things. But in America, a man hears other tales. Not often, for Indians do not like to talk of them, and never spoke of them except amongst themselves. But I'd talked to white men who took squaws for wives, and they lived among the Indians and heard the tales. Up in Wyoming, I rode by to look at the medicine wheel, a great wheel of stone with 20-odd spokes, well over 100 feet across. The Shoshones copied their medicine lodge from the wheel, but all they could say about who built it was done by the people who had no iron. 100 miles away to the southwest there was a stone arrow pointing towards the wheel. It was pointing a direction for someone, but who? My gold was sacked to go, but I needed meat, and disliked to fire a gun in the valley. So I stalked a young buck, and killed him with an arrow, and butchered him, and carried the meat back to the cave, where I cut a lot of it into strips and hung them over a pole for the fire to smoke. And then I broiled a steak of venison and ate it, and decided it wasn't enough for a man my size, and then had another. Hours later, the wind awoke me. The fire was down to red coals, and I was squirming around to settle down for sleep again, when my Mustang blew. I came out of those blankets like an eel out of greased fingers, and was back in the shadows again with my rifle hammer eared back before you could say scat. All right, boy. The horses would know I was awake, and they were not alone. At first there was no sound but the wind, but then, after a bit, a stirring, made by no bear or deer in the world. My bronc snorted, and my pack horse blew. I could see their legs in the faint glow of the coals, and nothing moved near them, but something was out there in the night. A long, slow time dragged by, and the coals grew a duller red. Leaning back against the wall, I dozed a bit, but alert for trouble if need be. There was no other sound. Morning was painting a sunrise on a storm-gored ridge beyond the dark sentinel pines when I got up and stretched my stiff muscles. Studying the trees across the valley and the slope above them, I failed to notice at first what was closest to home. The rest of that meat had been pulled down from the tree, and a good-sized hunk had been cut off. Whoever had cut it off had made work of it with a dull blade, and to take the risk of approaching a man's camp, whoever it was must have been hungry. Hanging the meat up again, I went out and killed and dressed another buck. I hung it in a tree also, and then rode away. I wanted no one going hungry when I could lend a hand. Whoever, or whatever it was, would have meat for as long as that buck lasted. The trail going out was worse than coming in, but with some scrambling and slipping we reached the high basin. We rode past that lake of ghost water and headed for the lowlands once more. But once through the Keyhole Pass, I did not follow the same trail, taking a rough, unlikely way that no one was apt to find, unless maybe by a mountain goat. Turned in my saddle, I looked back at the peaks. "Whoever you are," I said aloud, "expect me back, for I'll be riding the high trails again, a-hunting for gold." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. When I sighted the ranch, I drew up on the trail and looked across the bottom. There was a rocky ridge where the Moore River cut through, and the ranch was there beside it. that light over there was home, for home is where the heart is, and my heart was wherever Ma was, and the boys. Walking the Appaloosa down the trail, I could smell the coolness rising from the willows along the Mora and the hay fields over in the big valley called La Cruva. A horse whinnied, a dog started to bark, and then another dog. Yet no door opened, and the light continued to burn. Chuckling, I walked my horse along and kept my eyes open. Unless I was mistaken, one of the boys or someone would be out in the dark watching me come up, maybe keeping me covered from the darkness until my intentions were clear. Getting down from the saddle, I walked up to the steps of the porch. I didn't knock. I just opened the door and stepped in. Tyrell was sitting at the table with an oil lamp on it, and Ma was there, and a girl who had to be Tyrell's wife. The table was set for 4, and I stood there, long and tall in the door, feeling my heart inside me so big I felt choked and awkward. My clothes were stiff, and I knew I was trail dusty and mighty mean looking. "Howdy, Ma." "Tyrell, if you'll tell that man behind me to take his gun off my back, I'll come in and set." Tyrell got up. "Tell, I'll be damned." "Likely," I said, "but don't blame it on me. When I rode off the wars, I left you in good hands." Turning to Tyrell's wife, a lovely, dark-haired, dark-eyed girl who looked like a princess out of a book, I said, "Ma'am, I'm William Tell Sackett, and you'll be Drusilla, my brother's wife." She put her hands on mine and stood on her tiptoes and kissed me, and my face colored up and I went hot clean to my boots. Tyrell laughed, and then he looked past me into the darkness and said, "It's all right, Cap. This is my brother Tell." He came in out of the darkness then, a thin old man with cold gray eyes and a gray mustache above a hard mouth. There was no giving this man. Had I been a wrong one, I would have been dead. We shook hands and neither of us said anything. Cap was not a talkative man, and I am only at times. Ma turned her head. "Wanna, come get my son some supper." I couldn't believe it. Ma with household help? Long as I could recall, no one had done for us boys but Ma herself, working early and late and never complaining. Juana was a Mexican Indian girl, and she brought out the food in fancy plates. I looked at it and commenced to feel mighty uncomfortable. I had not eaten a meal in the presence of a woman in a long time and was embarrassed and worried. I had no idea how to eat proper. In a trail camp, a body eats because he's hungry and don't think much the way he does it. "If it's all the same to you," I said, "I'll go on outside. Under a roof like this I get kind of skittish." Drusilla took my sleeve and led me to a chair. "You sit down, Tell, and don't you worry. We want you eating here with us, and we want you to tell us what you've been doing." First I thought of that gold. I went out and fetched it. Putting my saddlebags down on the table, I took out a chunk of that gold, still grainy with quartz fragments, but gold. It shook them. Nothing I figured would ever shake Tyrell, but this did. While they looked at the gold, I went to the kitchen and washed my hands in the big basin and dried them on a white towel. Everything was spotless and clean. The floor was like the deck of a steamboat I traveled one time on the Mississippi. It was the kind of living I always wanted for Ma, but I had no hand in this. Orrin and Tyrell did it. While I ate, I told them about the gold. I had taken a big slab of bread and buttered it liberally, and I ate it in 2 bites while talking and drinking coffee. First real butter I had tasted in more than a year, and the first real coffee in longer than that. Through the open door in the parlor, I could see furniture made of some dark wood and shelves with books. While they talked, I got up and went in there, taking the lamp along. I squatted on my heels to look at the books, fair hungering for 'em. I took one down and turned the leaves real slow, careful not to dirty them, and testing the weight of the book in my hand. A book as heavy as this one, I figured, must make a lot of sense. I rested a finger on a line of print and tried to get the way of it, but there were words I'd never seen before. Back to home we had no books, but an almanac and the Bible. There was a book there by a man named Blackstone, something about the law, and several others. I felt a longing in me to read them all, to know them, and have them always in my hand. I looked through book after book, and sometimes I would find a word I would recognize, or even a sentence I could make out. Such words would catch my eye like a deer taken off into the woods, or the sudden lifting of a gun barrel in the sun. One place I found something I puzzled out, and I did not know why it was this I chose. It was from Blackstone. That the whole should protect all its parts, and that every part should pay obedience to the will of the whole, or, in other words, that the community would guard the rights of each individual member, and that, in return for this protection, each individual should submit to the laws of the community, without which submission of all it was impossible that protection could be extended to any. It took me a spell working that out in my mind to get the sense of it, yet somehow it stayed with me, and in the days to come I thought it over a good bit. Returning the books to their place, I stood up and I looked around very careful. This was Ma's home, and it was Tyrell's and Orrin's. It was not mine. They'd earned it with their hands and their knowing ways, and they had got this place for Ma. Tyrell was no longer the lean, hungry mountain boy. He stood tall now and carried himself very straight and with kind of a style. He wore a black broadcloth coat and a white shirt like a man born to them, and, come to think of it, he was even better looking than Orrin. I stared at myself in the mirror. No getting around it. I was a homely man, over tall and mighty little meat, with a big boned face that looked like a wedge. There was an old scar on my cheekbone from a cut and scrape in New Orleans. My shoulders were heavy with muscle, but a mite sloped. In my wore-out army shirt and cow country jeans, I didn't come up to much. My brothers were younger than me, and probably brighter. Hands and a strong back were all I had. I could move about anything I could put my hand to, and I could ride and rope, but what was that? My mind turned back to that passage in the book. There was the kind of rule for men to live by. I had no idea such things were written down in books. Orrin had come while I was inside, and he got his guitar and was singing. He sang Black, 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 Barbary Allen, and the Golden Vanity. It was like old times, only it wasn't the old times, and the boys had left me far, far behind. 28 years in a few days, with years of brutal living behind me. But if Orrin and Tyrell could do it, I was gonna try. Come daylight, I was gonna shape my way for the mountains, for the high far valley and the stream. First, I must sell my gold and buy an outfit, and then I would light out, and it was the best I go soon, for the Bigelows might come hunting me. Turned out less simple than that. Las Vegas was the nearest place I could get any kind of outfit I wanted. We hitched up, Tyrell and me, and we drove down to Las Vegas with Cap riding horseback along with us. That old coot was a man to ride the river with, believe me. "Wherever you go," Cap told me, "if you show that gold, you'll empty the town. They'll follow you. They'll track you down, and if they get a chance, they'll kill you. That's the stake of a lifetime." Riding to Las Vegas, I got an idea. Somewhere on that stream that ran down from the mountains, I would stake a claim, and folks would think the gold came from that claim, and never look for the other. "You do that." Cap's old eyes twinkled a mite, "and I'll give you a name for it. You can call it the Red Heron." When I showed my gold in the bank at Las Vegas, the man behind the wicket turned a little pale around the eyes, and I knew what Cap Browntree had said was truth. If ever there was greed in a man's eyes, it was in his. "Where'd you get that gold?" he demanded. "Mister," I said, "if you want to buy it, quote me a price. Otherwise, I'll go elsewhere." He was a tall, thin man with sharp gray eyes that seemed to have only a black speck for a pupil. He had a thin face and a carefully trimmed mustache. He touched his tongue to his lips and lifted those eyes at me. "It might be." When he took the look in my eyes, he stopped, and just at that moment, Tyrell and Orrin came in. Orrin had come down earlier than we had for some business. They walked over. "Anything wrong, Tell?" "Not yet," I said. "Oh, Orrin!" The banker's eyes flickered to Tyrell and back to me. The family resemblance was strong. "I was about to buy some gold. A brother of yours?" "Tell, this is John Tuthill." "It's always a pleasure to meet one of the Sackett family," Tuttle said, but when our eyes met, we both knew it was no pleasure at all, for either of us. "My brother has just come down from Montana," Orrin said smoothly. "He's been mining up there." "He looks like a cattleman." "I have been, and will be again." After that, we shopped around, buying me an outfit. There was no gainsaying the fact that I needed a pick and a shovel and a single jack and some drills. That is mining equipment in any man's figuring, and there's no way of sidestepping it. I'm not overly cautious, but no man ever lost his hair being too careful, and I kept an eye on my back trail as we roamed around town. After a while, Tyrell and Orrin went through their business, and I finished getting my outfit together. Cap was nowhere to be seen, but he needed no keeper. Cap had been up the crick and over the mountain in his time. Anyone who latched on to that old man latched on to trouble. Dark came. I left my gear at the livery stable and started up the street. I paused to look over towards the mountains, and I got a look behind me. Sure enough, I had picked up an Indian. Only, he was no Indian. He was a slick-looking party who seemed to have nothing to do but keep an eye on me. Right away, it came to mind that he might be a Bigelow, so I just turned down an alley and walked slow. He must have been afraid I'd get away from him, for he came a-running, and I did a boxer sidestep into the shadows. My sudden disappearance must have surprised him. He skid to a stop, and when he stopped, I slugged him. My fists are big and my hands are work-hardened, and when I connected with his jaw, it sounded like the butt end of an axe hit into a log. Anybody who wished to climb my frame is someone I wished to know better, so I took him by the shirt front with my left hand and dragged him into the saloon where I was to meet the boys. Folks looked up, always interested in something coming off, so I took a better grip and one-handed him to a seat on the bar. "Ain't baited no hook, but this gent's been bobbing my cork," I said. "Any of you know him? He just tried to jump me in the alley." "That's Will Boyd. He's a gambler." "He put his money on the wrong card," I said. "I don't like being followed down alleys." Boyd was coming out of it, and when he realized where he was, he started to slide down off the bar. Only I held him fast. From my belt scabbard, I took that Arkansas toothpick of mine, which I use for any manner of things. "You've been led upon evil ways," I explained, "and the way of the transgressor's hard. Seems to me the thing that led you down the wrong road is that mustache." He was looking at me with no favor, and I knew he was one man who would try to kill me first chance he had. He was a man with a lot to learn, and he wouldn't learn it any younger. Balancing that razor-sharp knife in my hand, I said, "You take this knife and you shave off that mustache." He didn't believe me. You could see he just couldn't believe this would happen to him. He didn't even want to believe it, so I explained. "You come hunting me," I said, "and I'm a mild man who likes to be left alone. You need something to remind you of the errors of your ways. So I held out my knife to him half first, and I could see him wondering if he dare try to run it into me. Mister, don't make me lose my patience. If you do, I'll whoop you good. He took the knife carefully because he didn't feel lucky, and he started on that mustache. It was a stiff mustache, and he had no water and no soap, and mister, it hurt. Next time you hunt a man in an alley, you stop and think about it. I heard the saloon door close. Boyd's eyes flickered. He started to speak, then shut up. The man was John Tuttle. Here. His voice had authority. What's going on here? Man's shaving a mustache, I said. He decided he'd rather shave it than otherwise. Turning my eyes momentarily, I said, How about you? You want to shave too, Mr. Tuttle? His face turned pink as a baby, and then he said, If that man did anything unlawful, have him arrested. You'd send a man to prison? Acting as though I was mighty upset. That's awful. You'd imprison a fellow man? Nobody around seemed likely to side him, and he shut up, but he didn't like it. Seemed likely he was the man who set Boyd to follow me, but I had no proof. Boyd was making rough work of the shaving, hacking away at it, and in places his lip was raw. When he gets through, I said, he's leaving town. If he ever finds himself in another town where I am, he'll ride out of that one too. By sunup the story was all over town, or so I heard. I wasn't there. I was on my way back to the Mora, riding with Tyrell and Cap. Orrin followed us by several hours, and when he came into the yard in the buckboard, Cap was watching me arranging my gear into bundles. If'n you're a man who likes company, Cap said. I'm a man to ride the hills. I'm kind of getting cabin fever. Pleased to have you, I said. Orrin went down from the buckboard and walked over. By the way, Tell, there was a man in Las Vegas inquiring about you. Said his name was Bigelow. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. We started up Coyote Creek in the late hours of the night, with the stars hanging their bright lanterns over the mountains. Cap was riding point, our 6-pack horses trailing him, and me riding drag. A chill wind came down off the Sangre de Criscos, and somewhere over that bottom a quail was calling. Cap had a sour, dry-mouthed look on him. He was the kind, if you got into trouble, you didn't look to see if he was still there with you. You knew damn well he was. Not wishing to be seen leaving, we avoided Mora, and unless somebody was lying atop that rocky ridge near the ranch, it was unlikely that we were seen. The Mora River flowed through a narrow gap at the ranch and out into the flatlands beyond, and we only had to follow the Mora until it was joined by Coyote Creek, and then turning up Coyote and across the wide valley of La Cruva. We circled around the sleeping village of Gondoritos and, pointing north, shivering into the morning cold. The sky was stark and clear, the ridges sharply cut out against the faintly lighted sky. Grass swished around our horses' hooves, our saddles creaked, and over at Gondoritos a dog barked inquiringly into the morning. Cap Roundtree hunched his shoulders in the worn-out homespun coat and never once looked back to see if we were coming along. He did his part and expected others to do theirs. We had a lot to think about, and there was no better time for thinking than a day in the saddle. There had been many changes in life for Orrin and Tyrell and Ma, and my mind was full of them. I was rolling out of my Sugan at 3 o'clock that morning. It was cold, believe me. Any time you think summer's always warm time, you try a high country in the southwest with mountains close by. After rolling my bed for travel, I went down to the corral and shook out a loop and caught up the horses. They were frosty and wild-eyed, and suspected my notions, liking their corral. Before there was light in the house, I had those horses out and tied to the corral with their pack saddles on them. and then I stepped into the leather of my Appaloosa to top 'em off and get the kinks out of 'em. By the time I had 'em stopped pitching and bucking, Cap was around. The door opened and throwing a rectangle light into the yard. It was Drusilla, Tyrell's wife. "Come and get it," she said, and I never heard a prettier sound. Cap and me, we came in out of the dark, our guns belted on and wearing jackets. We hung our hats on pegs and rinsed our hands off in the wash basin. Cap had a face on that would sour milk. Tyrell was at the table, fresh shaved and looking fit as a man could. How we found the time I didn't know, but sizing him up, I decided it was mighty becomin' of a man to be fresh shaved at breakfast. Seemed like if I was going to fit myself for living with a woman, I better be toning up my manners. Women folk were something I'd seen little of, and having them around was unsettling, sorta. But I could see the advantages. It is a comforting thing to hear a woman about tinkling dishes and stepping light and looking pretty. Ma was up too. She was no youngster any more, and some crippled by arthritis. But Ma would never be abed when one of us boys was taken off. The room was warm from the fire, and there was a fine smell of bacon frying and coffee steaming. Drusilla had been raised right. She had a mug of steaming coffee before Cap and me as soon as we sat down at the table. Drusilla looked pretty and slim as a 3-month-old fawn, her eyes big and dark and warm. That Tyrell, he was a lucky man. Cap was a good eater, and he leaned into his food. I ate 7 eggs and 9 strips of bacon and 6 hot cakes and drank 5 cups of coffee. Tyrell watching me, no smile on his face. Then he looked over at Drew. "I'd sooner buy his clothes than feed him," he said. Finally, I got up and took up my Winchester. At the door I stopped and looked at Ma, and then around the room. It was warm, comfortable, and friendly. It was home. Ma never had much until now, and what she had now wasn't riches, but it was better than anything before, and she was certainly happy. The boys had done her well, and well by themselves as well. Me, the least I could do was try and make something of myself, the eldest born, the last to amount to anything, if ever. Tyrell came outside when I was stepping into the saddle and handed me up that copy of Blackstone he had seen me looking at. "Give it a study, Tell," he said. "It's a law we live by, and a lot of men did a lot of thinking for a lot of years to make it so." I'd never owned a book before, or had the loan of one, but it sure was a friendly feeling, knowing it was there in my saddlebag, waiting to give me its messages over a lot of campfires to come. The proper route to the country where we were heading was up the old Spanish trail, but Cap suggested we head north for San Luis and old Fort Massachusetts to avoid anybody who might be laying for us. We made camp that night in the pines a half-mile back from the Black Lake. Earlier, we had ridden through the village of Guadalupe without stopping. In a country where folks were few, they make up for it with curiosity. News is a scarce thing in the fair hills. 2 men riding north with 6 pack horses was bound to cause comment. It was a quiet night, and we weren't to see too many of that kind for a long, long time. Coyotes talked inquiringly to the moon and cocked their ears to the echo of their own voices. Somewhere up the slope an old grizzly poked around the bush, but he paid us no mind, muttering them to himself like a grouchy old man. About the time coffee water was on, Cap opened up and started to talk. He had his pipe a-going, and I had some steaks broiling. "Coolest man I ever saw in a difficulty's your brother Tyrell. Only time he had me worried is when he faced up to Tom Sunday. You ever hear tell of Sunday? He was our friend. A good man as ever stretched a buffalo hide, but when Orrin commenced to getting things Tom Sunday figured should come to him, trouble showed its hand. Sunday was a big, handsome, laughing man of education and background, but hell on wheels in any kind of a fight. Only when Orrin edged him out on things, though Orrin wanted to share everything or even step aside for him. Tom, he turned mean and Ty had to get tough with him. Ty's a good man with a gun. Shooting's the least of it, Cap said irritably. Any man can shoot a gun, and with practice he can draw fast and shoot accurate, but that makes no difference. What counts is how you stand up when someone's shooting back at you. I hadn't heard Cap talk much before, but Tyrell was one of his few enthusiasms, and I could see why. Gold is a hard-kept secret. The good, the bad, the strong, the weak all flock to the kind of warmth that gold gives off. Come daylight we moved out, and soon we had Angel Fire Mountain abreast of us, with old Tow's Pass cutting into the hills ahead and on our left. Cap was troubled in his mind about our back trail, and he was giving it some attention. Wind was talking in the pines along the long slopes when we rode into the high valley called Eagle Nest. The trail to Cimarron cut off into the mountains east of us, so I broke away from the pack train and scouted the ground where the trail came out into the valley. Several lone riders and at least one party was heading north towards Elizabethtown. We hauled rein and contemplated. We could follow the Marano Creek right into town, or we could cut across a mountain by following Comanche Creek. But it would be better to seem unconcerned and to ride right into town and stop for a meal, giving out that we were bound up the trail for Idaho, where I had a claim. Elizabethtown was still a supply point for a few prospectors working the hills, and a rough crowd left over from the land grant fighting hung out there. We turned our stock into an abandoned corral and paid a Mexican to look after them and our outfits. As we walked towards the nearest bar, Cap told me that 8 or 10 men had been killed there, and I could see why. There was 20 feet of bar and 40 feet of room. The range was so short the man could scarcely miss. The grub's good, Cap said. They got a cook who used to be chef in a big hotel back east, until he killed a man had to light out. The men at the bar were a rugged lot, which meant nothing, for good men can look as rough as bad men, and often do. The one with the General Grant beard, Cap commented. That's Ben Hobbs. He's on the wanted list in Texas. The bartender come over. What's it for you? He glanced at Cap Roundtree. Ain't seen you in a while. And you won't, Cap said. Not unless you come to Idaho. We got us a claim. Who's that white-headed kid at the bar with Ben? The bartender shrugged. Drifter. Figure he should be considered a bad man. I ain't seen any graveyards yet. You got some of them oysters? Fix me up a stew. Same for me, I said. Only twice as much and a chunk of beef if you got it. Cookie's got a roast on. Best you ever ate. Bartender walked away and Cap said, Sam's all right. He's neutral, the way he should be. Wants no trouble. The white-headed kid that Cap had asked about leaned his elbows on the bar and hooked a heel over the brass rail. He was wearing 2 guns, tied down. He had a long, thin face. His eyes were close set, and there was a twist to his mouth. He said something to Ben Hobbs, and the older man said, Forget it. Cap looked at me. His eyes was grim. After a few minutes, the bartender came in with the grub, and we started to eat. Cap was right. This man sure could put groceries together. He can cook, all right, I said to Cap. How'd he kill that man? Poisoned him, Cap said, and then grinned at me. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. We were hungry. Nobody savors his own cooking too much, and in the months to come we figured to have too much of ours, so we enjoyed that meal. Whatever else the cook was, he understood food. At the time there was talk at the bar. Folks who lived quiet and well-ordered communities probably never faced up to such a situation. It was a time of free-moving, independent men, each jealous of his own pride and touchy on points that everybody else was touchy about. And there was always those who wanted to be thought big men, who wanted to walk with great strides across the world, be pointed out and looked up to. Trouble is, they all don't have what it takes to be that. Up there at the bar was this white-headed youngster they called Kid Newton, feeling his oats and wanting to stack up against somebody. Cap could see it, just as I could, and Ben Hobbs, who stood there beside him, was made nervous by it. Ben Hobbs was a hard man. No one need to point that out, but when a man should be wary of the company he keeps, because a trouble hunter can get you into a bind you never thought of getting yourself into. And that Kid Newton was hunting a handle for trouble. He wanted it, and wanted it bad, feeling as if he could kill someone folks would look up to him. And we were strangers. The thing wrong with strangers, you never know who they are. Cap, now, he was a thin old man, and to Newton he might look like someone to ride over, instead of an old buffalo hunter and Indian fighter who had seen hundreds of youngsters like Kid Newton get taken down. Me, I'm so tall and thin for my height. Ma says I should put on 30 pounds, that he might figure me as nothing to worry about. Trouble was the last thing I wanted. Back in Euclid, I'd killed Bigelow in a showdown I couldn't get out of any other way, unless I wanted to die. That was likely to give me all the difficulty I wanted. Newton was looking at Cap. He grinned, and I heard Hobbs say again, "Forget it." "Ah, what's the matter?" I heard the kid say. "I'm just going to go have some fun." Ben whispered to him, but the kid paid him no mind. "Hey, old man, aren't you kind of old to be trapezing around the country?" Cap didn't even look up, although the lines on his face deepened a little. I reached down real slow and took my pistol out and laid it on the table. I took one pistol out. I was wearing another in my waistband. When I put that pistol on the table beside my plate, the kid looked over at me, and so did Ben Hobbs. He threw me a sharp look, kind of half squaring around toward us. Me, I didn't say anything or even look up. I just kept on and eating. The kid looked at the gun and he looked at me. "What's that for?" Surprised-like, I looked up. "What's what for?" "The gun." "Oh, that. That's for killing varmints and snakes and coyotes and such like, sometimes frogs." "You aiming that at me?" He was really asking for it. "Why now, why would I do a thing like that? Nice boy like you." He was young enough to get mad at being called a boy, but he couldn't make up his mind whether I was making fun or what. "I bet you got a home somewheres and a mother," I told him real thoughtful like. "Why sure, I see no reason why exactly, why you shouldn't have a mother like anyone else." Taking a big bite of bread, I chewed it for a minute while he was thinking of something to say. I waited until he was ready to say it, and then said, "You had your supper, son? Why don't you sit down here with us and have a bite? And when you go out of a night, you should bundle up more. A body could catch his death of cold." He was mad now, but ashamed too. Everyone was starting to smile a little. He dearly wanted to fight, but it was pretty hard to draw a gun on a man who was worried about your welfare. "Here," I pushed back a chair. "Come on and sit down. No doubt you've been long from home and your ma's worried about you. Maybe you feel troubled in your mind, so you just sit up and tell us about it. After you had something to eat, you'll feel better, all right." Whatever he was fixing to say didn't fit anymore, and he was groping for words and finally said, "I'm not hungry." "Don't be bashful, son. We got a plenty. Cap here, he's got youngsters just like you. He must have. He's been galloping around this country so much. He must have left some like you somewhere." Somebody laughed out loud, and the kid stiffened up. "What do you mean by that?" His voice was shrill a little, and that made him still madder. "Damn you." "Bartender," I said, "why don't you fix this boy up a little warm broth, something that'll rest easy on his stomach?" Pushing back my chair, I got up and holstered my gun. Cap got up too, and I handed the bartender the money, then added an extra quarter. "This is for the broth. Make it hot now." Turned around, I looked at the kid mildly and held up my hand. "Goodbye, son. Walk in the ways of righteousness, and don't forget your mother's teachings." Almost automatically, he took my hand and then jerked it back like it was bee stung. Cap had started towards the door, and I followed him. At the door, I turned and looked back at the kid again. I got big eyes, and they were serious most times. This time, I tried to make them especially serious. "But really, son, you should ought to bundle up more." And then I stepped outside, and we walked back to our outfit. I said to Cap, "You tired?" "No," he said, "and a few more miles will do us no harm." We rode out, and a couple of times I caught Cap sizing me up like, but he never said nothing at all. Not for several miles anyways. Then he asked, "You realize you called that boy a bastard?" "Well, now that's strong language, Cap, and I never use strong language." "You talked him out of it. You made him look the fool." "A soft answer turns away wrath," I said. Or that's what the good book said anyway. We rode on for a couple long hours, and then camped in the woods on Comanche Creek and bedded down for a good rest. We slept past daylight and took our time when we did get up, so we could watch our trail and see if anyone was behind us. About an hour past daylight, we saw a half-dozen riders going north. If they were following us, they didn't see our tracks. We made our turn in the creek bottom, and by this time any tracks left there would be washed away. It was on to midday when we started out, and we held close to the east side of the valley where we could lose our shape against the background of the trees, rocks, and brush. We were over 9,000 feet up, and here the air was cool by day and right cold by night. We cut across the sign of those riders and took the trail along Costella Creek and up through the canyon. At Costella Creek, the riders had turned right on the most obvious trail, but Cap said there was an old Indian trail up Costella, and we took it. We rode into San Luis late in the afternoon. It was a pleasant little town where the folks were all of Spanish descent. We corralled our stock and hired a man to watch over our gear again, and then we walked over to the store. Folks all over this part of the country came here for supplies and news. A family named Galgos had founded that store many years back, and later the Salazar took it over. These were friendly, peaceful folks. They had settled in here years before and were making a good thing of it. We were buying a few things when all of a sudden a woman's voice said, "Senor?" We turned around and she was speaking to Cap. Soon as he saw her, he said, "Buenas noches, Stina. It's been a long time." He turned to me. "Tina, this is Tell Sackett, Tyrell's brother." She was a pretty little woman with great big eyes. "How do you do, senor? I owe your brother much thanks. He helped me when I needed it." "He's a good man." "Si, he is." We talked a mite, then a slender whip of a Mexican with high cheekbones and very black eyes came in. He was not tall, and he wouldn't have weighed any more than Cap, but it took only a glance to see that he was a mucho hombre. "This is my husband, Esteban Mendoza." She spoke quickly to him in Spanish, explaining who we were. His eyes warmed and he held out his hand. We had dinner that night with Tina and Esteban, a quiet dinner, in a little adobe house with a string of red peppers hanging across the porch. Inside, there was a black-eyed baby with round cheeks and a quick smile. Esteban was a vaquero, or had been. He had also driven a team across the road to Del Norte. "Be careful," he warned. "There's much trouble in San Juan. Clint Stockton is there with his outlaws." "Any drifters riding through?" Cap asked. Esteban glanced at him shrewdly. "See, 6 men were here last night. One was a square man with a beard. Another—" Esteban permitted himself a slight smile, revealing beautiful teeth and a sly amusement. "Another had 2 pistols." "6, you said?" There were 6. 2 of them were larger than you, Signor Tell, very broad and powerful. Big, blond men with small eyes and big jaws. One of them, I think, was the leader. Do you know him? Cap asked me. No, Cap, I don't. Yet, even as I said it, I began to wonder. What did the big O's look like? I asked Esteban, did you hear any names? No, senor. They talked very little, only to ask about travelers. They must know that either we were behind them or took another trail. Why were they following us if they were? The way west after leaving Del Norte lay through the mountains, over Wolf Creek Pass. This was a high, narrow, twisting pass that was most difficult to travel, a very bad place to run into trouble. It was a pleasant evening, and it did me good to see the nice home the Mendozas had there, the baby, and their pleasure in being together. But the thought of those 6 men and why they were riding after us worried me, and I could see Cap had it in his mind as well. We saddled up and got moving. During the ride west, Cap Roundtree, who had lived among Indians for years, told me more about them than I ever expected to know. This was Ute country, though the Comanches had intruded into it some. A warlike tribe, they had been pushed out of the Black Hills by the Sioux and had come west, tying up with the still more warlike and bloody Kiowas. Cap said that the Kiowa had killed more whites than any other tribe. At the first, the Utes and the Comanches, both of Shoshone ancestry, had got along all right. Later they split and were often at war. Before the white man came, the Indians were continually at war with one another, except for the Iroquois in the east, who conquered an area larger than the Roman Empire and then made peace that lasted more than 100 years. Cap and I rode through some of the wildest and most beautiful country under the sun, following the Rio Grande up higher and still higher into the mountains. It was hard to believe this was the same river along which I had fought Comanches and outlaws in Texas, that we camped of a night beside water that would run into the Gulf one day. Night after night, our smoke lifted to the stars from country where we found no tracks. Still, cold and aloft, the snow-capped peaks lifted above us. Cap, he was a changed man, gentler somehow, and of a night he talked like he'd never done before. And sometimes I opened up my Blackstone and read, smelling the smoke of aspen and cedar, smelling the pines and feeling the cold wind off the high snow. It was like that until we came down Bear Creek into the canyon of Vallecito. West of us rose up the high peaks of the Grander and the Needle Mountains of the San Juan Range. We pulled up by a stream that ran cold and swift from the mountains. Looking up at the peaks, I wondered again, what was up there that got the meat I left hanging in that tree? Cap, he took a pan and went down to the creek. In the late evening he washed it out and came back to the fire. There were flecks of gold in the pan. We'd found color. Here we would stake our claim. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. We forded up for trouble. Men most likely had been following us. Sooner or later they would find us, and we could not be sure of their intentions. Moreover, the temper of the Utes were never too certain a thing. Riding up there, I'd had time for thinking. Where gold was, men would come. There'd be trouble, and we expected that. But there'd be business, too. The more I thought, the more it seemed to me that the man who had something to sell might be better off than a man who was searching for gold. We had made camp alongside a spring, not far from the plunging stream that came down the mountainside and emptied into the Vallecitos. I was sure this was a stream I had followed into the high valley where my gold was. Our camp was up a long bench above the Vallecito, with the mountainside rising steeply behind it and to the east. We were in a clump of scattered ponderosa pine and Douglas fir. First, we shook out our loops and snaked some dead fall logs into spaces between the trees. Next we made a corral by cutting some lodgepole pine. The lodgepole pine grew mostly, it seemed, in areas that had been burned over, and laying the ends of the poles in tree forks or lashing them to the trees with rawhide. It was hard work, but we both knew it needed to be done, and there was little talk and no wasted effort. Short of sundown, I walked out of the trees and along the bench. Looking north, we faced the widest spot we had seen so far in the canyon of the Valsitos. It was a good mile north of our camp. "This is where we'll build the town," I told Cap. He took his pipe out of his mouth. "Town? Where there's gold, there'll be folks. When folks are, they'll be wantin'. I figure we can set up a store and supply those wants. Whether they find gold or not, they'll be eatin' and needin' tools and powder and blankets, all that sort of thing. Seems to be the surest way, Cap, if a man wants to make himself a livin'. Gold is found in mine, but the miners eat." "You won't find me tending store," Cap said. "Me neither, but we'll lay out for the town site, you and me. We'll stake the lots and we'll watch for a good man. Believe me, he'll come along, and then we set him up in business." "You Sacketts," Cap said, "sure play hell once you get out of the mountains. Only thing puzzles me, what kept you up there so long?" The next few days we worked sunrise to sundown. We paced off a street maybe 400 yards long, and we laid out lots and planned the town. We figured on a general store, a livery stable, a hotel and boarding house, and 2 saloons. We spotted a place for a blacksmith shop and for an assayer. We cut logs and dragged some of them down to the site for the store, and we put up signs indicating that any folks who come along were to see us about the lots. Meanwhile, we worked a little on the claim, rarely more than a pan or 2 a day because we had much else to do. But we found color. Not a lot, but some. We also improved our fort. Not that it looked much to anyone, and we didn't want it to, but we were set up to fight off an attack if it came. Neither of us had much trust in the peaceful qualities of our fellow man. Seemed to me, most of the folks doing all the talk about peace and giving the other fellow the benefit of the doubt were folks sitting back at home in cushy chairs with plenty of grub around and the police nearby to protect them. Back there, men would set down safe for an evening and write about how cruel the poor Indian was being treated out west. They never come upon the body of a friend who'd been staked out on an anthill or had a fire burned on his stomach, nor had they stood off a charge of Indians. Personally, I found Indians people to respect. Their ways weren't our ways, and a lot of virtues they were given credit for by white men were only ideas in a white man's head, and no Indian would have ever considered them virtues. Mercy rarely had any part in the make-up of an Indian. Folks talk about human nature, but what they mean is not human nature, but the way they were brought up. Seemed to me that folks who were brought up in Christian ways of thought don't believe in the taking of life, but Indian had no such conception. If you were a stranger, you were an enemy. If you gave him gifts, it was usually because you were afraid of him, or that's how he thought. Indians were fighting men. Fighting was their greatest sport and occupation. Our people looked up to athletes of one kind or another, but the Indian saved all his respect for fighting men, and an Indian who could count the scalp of a woman or a child as well as a man. This was wrong to our way of thinking, but their thinking was altogether different. The Indian before the white man took up the West was physically cleaner than the white man. He bathed often, and it wasn't until white men's liquor and poverty caught up with him that he lost the old ways. But the Indian warrior would have been ashamed of all the milksop talk about the poor Indian. He was strong and he was proud and he was able to handle his own problems. It was Sunday before trouble showed. Sunday was a quiet time for us. Cap was busy scraping and tanning some elk and deer hides, and after cleaning my weapons and catching a bait of trout, I settled down to study Blackstone. It was a warm, lazy day, with sunlight sparkling on the creek waters, and scarce a breeze stirred the pines overhead. Time to time, my thoughts would drift from my study to that high valley. If I wanted to go up there and get some of that gold, I would have to find another way into that valley before snow fell and closed it off. Tell. Cap spoke softly, and I got up and walked over to him. He was looking off down through the trees, and we could see 4 riders over by the town site. They turned towards us, and I got out my field glasses. There was nothing familiar about them. While I watched, they started in our direction. The last man in line checked his pistol. Down the bench, maybe 50 yards or so, they slowed to a stop and seen the corrals with the horses in it and the smoke from our fire. Then they came on up. Me, I was wearing an old U.S. Army hat, a wore-out blue Army shirt and jeans, and I had me a belt gun on. When I sighted them coming, I took up my Winchester, and Cap and me stood out to greet 'em. "Light," I said. "Ain't often we have visitors." "Looks to me like a town site. You must be planning plenty," one of 'em said. "What would a man want a town here for?" "Well, sir," I said, "we took a notion. Cap Roundtree and me, we like to go to town for an evening while the chores are done. There ain't no town close up, so we decided to build our own. We laid her out and started cutting timbers, and then we held us an election." "An election?" "Well, town ought to have a mayor. We elected Cap by acclamation. Cap never had been a mayor before, and the town never had one. We figured they could start off together." While I was talking, I was looking them over. One was riding a horse branded with a pitchfork over a bar. The owner used to call it the pitchfork bar, but folks who knew the ways of the outfit called it the fork over, because that's what you had to do if you crossed their range. The man on that horse was a big man with a wide face and thick blonde hair. He kept staring at me in what remained of my uniform. There was a stoop-shouldered man with narrow black eyes, and a square-set one with an open, friendly face, and a fat man with a round face, round and mighty hard. "You must be pretty proud of that outfit," the big man said. "The war's been over a long time." "I ain't had the money enough to shed it," I said. The fat man walked his horse towards the creek, then called back, "Kitch, look here." They all rode over, and Cap and me followed. Kitch looked over our shaft, which was only down a few feet. "Gold?" He was amazed. "This here's silver country." "Spotted color," I said. "Nothing much yet, but we got hopes." The fat man paid us no mind. "Kitch," he said, "they got a good thing here. That's why they laid out the town. Once folks hear of a strike, they'll come a-running, and that town will be a gold mine itself." "Only there hasn't been a strike," Cap said. "We're scarcely making wages." He turned and walked off, saying, "I'll put some coffee on, Tell." At the name, Kitch turned around sharply and looked at me. "Tell? Are you Tell Sackett?" "Uh-huh." He chuckled. "Mister, you're going to have company. Seen a couple men in Silvertown who was hunting you." "I'll be here." "They tell me you can sure run." Kitch had a mean look in his eye. "I seen many a running with that uniform on." "All the way to Lee's surrender," I said. "We stopped running then." He started to say something, and his face hardened up, and he commenced to get red around the gills. "Bigelows say every time you get stopped somewhere, they come along and you take out like a scared rabbit." "Tell Sackett," I told myself. "This man aims to get you into a fight. Have no part of it." "Any man who wants to kill me," I said, "can do it on his own time. I got too many things to be wasting time waiting for them." Cap was back against the logs near the fire, and I knew what he would be doing back there. "Now I'll tell you what you do," I said. "You go back to Silvertown, and you tell those Bigelow boys I'm here. You tell them their brother died dealing off the bottom with the wrong man, and if they're mine too, they can find me here. This is as far as I'm going." I added more quietly, "And Kitch, You said something about running. You come back with them. I'll be right here." Kitch was startled and angry, but the fat man spoke up. "Let's get out of here." They started off. Only the square-built man lingered. "Mr. Sackett, I'd like to come back and talk to you if I may." "Any time," I said, and he rode off. We worked our claim, got out some gold, and built a rocker. Meanwhile, I cut a hidden trail up the steep mountainside behind our camp. About 200 feet above, and covering the bench, I built a rifle pit of brush, deadfalls, and rocks, a shelter where 2 or 3 men could cover all the approaches to our camp. The following day, switching back and forth to make an easier climb, I opened a way further up the ridge. "What's the idea?" Cap asked me, come nightfall. "If I want to start running," I said, "I don't want anything in my way. I got big feet." Over the fire that night, Cap looked at me. "When you going back up upon the mountain?" "And leave you with trouble shaping up?" "Forget it. Trouble's no stranger to me. You go ahead, only don't be gone too long." I told him I didn't exactly know how to get up there from where we were. We were close, that much I knew. Cap said the way I came before, judging by my description, had brought me over Columbian Pass and up the volcanoes along Johnson Creek. That was south of us, so if I rode south I might recognize something, or come on to one of those markers. The idea of leaving Cap alone worried me. Sure, he was an old wolf, but I had many enemies around, what with the Bigelows, Ben Hobbs, and that white-haired kid with 2 guns. To say nothing of Tuttle back in Las Vegas and his gambler friend. Trouble just naturally seemed to latch on to me and hang on with all of its teeth. On the other hand, Cap had plenty of cartridges, he had meat, and there was a spring. Unless they caught him away from camp, he could stand off a good-sized force, and we were not expecting anything of the kind. From worrying about Cap, I turned to think back to home, and Tyrell and Drew. It was a fine thing for a man to have a woman love him like that, a fine thing. But who would I ever find? It was complete and totally unlikely that any female woman in her right mind would fall in love with the likes of me. It was likely all I'd ever have would be a horse and maybe a dog. Laying there, I could smell the smoke of the dying fire and see the stars above the tops of the pines and hear the wind along the ranges. The moon came up and off to the west. I could see the towering, snow-capped peaks of the Needle Mountains. Suddenly I sat up. "Cap," I whispered, "you hear that?" "I hear it. Sounds like somebody crying." I got up and pulled on my boots. The sound had died away, but it seemed like it come from somewhere upwind of us. We walked to the edge of the trees and listened, but we heard it no more. Putting my hands to my mouth, I called, not too loud, "Come on into the camp. No use being out there alone." "How do you know it's alone?" Cap said mildly. "Come back to sleep. You believe in haunts and struck the wind, that's all." I heard no further sound, so I followed Cap and turned in. And though I lay awake for what seemed like long hours, I heard nothing more. Maybe it was like Cap suggested, a trick of the wind, but I didn't believe it. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Nor was it a trick of the wind. Somewhere in those mountains, I knew there was something, or somebody. When daylight came, I was high in the hills. There was no trail where I rode. To the south there was, but I had switched off. I rode up into the trees, and then got down from my horse and switched to moccasins. I went back over my tracks and smoothed them out, and then I mounted up again and headed up higher. Pines grew thick, giving way to spruce. Sometimes I was weaving among trees so close there was scarce room to pass, and half the time I was bent low to get under branches, or was walking on the soft pine needles and leading the Appaloosa. It was in my mind that I would come out of the ridge not far from that first keyhole pass, and it worked out that way. I found myself on a crest where I could see far and away in all directions. To the north, a huge peak, called Storm King, shouldered against the bright sky with sunlight on the snow. The canyon of the Valsitos through which I had climbed fell away steeply below me, and on my right I could look for miles over some of the most rugged country I ever saw. I rode into the high valley where that ghost lake was. It looked unchanged until I got near it. My old trail was partly covered by water. There had been rains during my last trip, and the lake was acres larger despite the runoff. The trail down the chute was about the same. Maybe there was a mite more water over the trail, but not enough to interfere. Riding into my lonely valley, I felt like I was coming home. First thing off, I checked the tree where I left the meat hanging. The meat was gone, but there was no bones about, as there would have been if a wild animal had pulled it down. If there had been any tracks, the rain had beat them out. Next, I went on to the mine and scouted around. I left everything as it was, only I staked a claim, marking down its limits on a piece of tanned hide so I'd have a map if it came to trouble. Then I set out to scout that valley, for it was in my mind there must be an easier way out. And I discovered that the stream flowed down the chute actually flowed north, and then it took a sharp bend to the west and flowed down over from the mountains to join the Valsito. For the first time I realized that the stream beside which Cap and I had camped was not the one that fell down the chute. A dim trail, maybe left by ancient Indians, headed off to the east, and far off I could see several other high lakes, and riding up through the trees to the ridge top, where I could look the country over, I found that across the valley and beyond a ridge was still another long, high valley. Through it a stream flowed almost due north. Among the trees that lined the ridges which bordered these valleys, there was some grass, but in the valley bottoms there were meadows rich and green. Remembering the short grass range country of Texas and the high plains, I thought what a magnificent summer range these high valleys would make. But my concern now was to find a new trail down to the Valsito, and if possible, to learn who lived up here and had taken my meat. Riding north, I looked across the ridge towards the end. The valley seemed to be completely enclosed, but further on, I discovered it took a sharp turn, narrowed, and came to an end in a wall of forest. It was there, under the trees, that I found a fresh footprint. Dismounting, I followed the faint tracks. Here and there grass was still pressed down, so the trail must have been made while the dew was still on, early that very morning. Suddenly, I found a snare. Here and there several footprints, but no blood and no hair, so evidently the snare had caught nothing. Squatting on my heels, I studied it. Cunningly done, it resembled no Indian snare I'd ever seen. I walked my horse across the high valley that lay beyond the curtain of trees. The ground was nigh covered with alpine gold flower, bright yellow and almighty pretty to look at, and along some of the trickles running down from the melting snow, a kind of primrose was growing. The trees were mostly blue spruce, shading off into aspen, and on the high ridges above the timberline there was a few squat, bristlecone pines, gnarled from their endless war with the wind. A couple times I found whoever it was I was trailing had stopped to pick some kind of herb out of the grass or to drink at a stream. All of a sudden I came to a place where the track stopped. Here the person had climbed a big rock, and grass stains had rubbed off the moccasins onto the rock. The meaning was plain enough. He, she, it, whatever, had caught sight of me trailing him. From atop the boulder, I sighted back down the way I'd come, and sure enough, my back trail had been seen at a dozen points in the last few miles. So I sat down on the rock and took time to study the country. Unless I was mistaken, that party was somewhere not too far off, a-looking me over. What I wished for them to see is that I meant no harm. After a while, I went back to my horse, which had been feeding on good meadow grass. I rode across a trickle of water and up a long gouge in the mountainside until I topped out where there was nothing but a few bristlecone pines, a kind of grey gravel, and some scattered, lightning-struck trees. Off to my right and some distance ahead, I could see a stream running down the mountain to the northeast. It looked like here was another way out of this jumble ridges and mountain meadow. Starting the Appaloosa ahead, I saw his ears come up. Following his look, I saw movement far off at the edge of a clump of aspen on a slope. But before I could get my glasses out, whatever it was had gone. Riding on, I came to a place where somebody had been kneeling beside a snow stream, evidently for a drink. If my guess was right, that was the third drink in the last couple of hours. Possibly it was less time than that. And in this high country, with moisture in the air, it seemed to be too much drinking, nor was the weather that warm. Puzzled, I started on again. All of a sudden the tracks weren't hard to follow. Whoever it was had headed straight for some place and was too busy getting there to think of covering trail, or else I was believed to have been lost somewhere down below. A moment later, I saw where the person I followed had fallen down, and then got up and gone on. Sick. That drinking could mean fever. Sick, and unless I missed my guess, all alone. The tracks disappeared. It took me several minutes of circling and scouting to find the likely spot. From here on it was judgment more than tracks, for the person had taken a rock, and there was a plenty of it. The Appaloosa made work of scrambling over that rock, so I got down and walked. It was coming up nigh to night, and there was no way I knew of getting off the mountain. Time to time I stopped, trying the air for smoke or sound, but there was none. Whatever I was hunting had took off in a wild area of boulders and lightning-struck trees where the grey ridges had lashed and whipped by the storm. Off on the horizon, I could see great black thunderheads piling up, and I knew this place would be hell during an electrical storm. Somehow, I had to get down there, and fast. Time or two before, I was caught up on high peaks in a storm, although never so high up as this. I had seen lightning leap from peak to peak, and sometimes in sheets of blue flame. The boulders were a maze. Great slabs of rock stood on knife edges, looking like rows of broken molars split and rotten. Without warning, a canyon dropped away right in front of me for maybe 500 feet to almost a sheer fall. Off to the left, I could see an eyebrow of a trail. Somewhere off that bald granite ridge would look like heaven to me, and I hurried to the trail. Once I heard rocks fall behind my horse, but we kept going down, with me walking and leading. When I reached the meadow at the foot of the trail, I looked up. It was like standing on the bottom of a narrow trough with only the dark sky above me. The trail led out of the meadow, and on it were those same tracks. Hurried by storm, I followed them. Thunder rumbled like great bowling balls in an empty hall of rock. Suddenly, an opening appeared in the wall ahead of me. I drew up and called out. There was no answer. Leaving the Appaloosa, I shucked my gun. In front of the opening, there was a ledge maybe 30 feet along the face of the cliff and a dozen yards deep. A body could see folks had lived and worked there for some time. I called out again, and my voice echoed down the canyon. There was only the fading echo, only the silence and emptiness. A few large drops of rain fell. I went slowly across the mouth of the cave. A sort of wall had been fixed up, closing off part of the opening. It was made of rocks fit together without mortar. Stepping around it, I looked inside. On the wall hung an old bridle. In a corner was a dried-up saddle and rifle. Dead coals were in a fireplace that had seen much use. Over against the wall was a pallet, and on the pallet a girl was laying. I struck a match and got the shock of my life. She was a young girl, a little thing, and she was mighty pretty. A great mass of red, gold hair spilled over the worn blankets and bearskins on which she was laying. She wore a patched-up dress and moccasins, and her cheeks were flushing red. I spoke to her, but she made no sound. Bending over her, I touched her brow. She was burning up with fever. And then the storm broke. It took me only a few minutes to rush outside and get my horse. There was an adjoining cave, actually part of the one the girl was in, that was a crude manger. On one side a horse or a mule had been kept there. When I had tied my horse, I went back and took wood from a stack by the entrance. I kindled a fire and put some water on to heat. With the fire going, I could see better, and I found another blanket to cover her with. It was plain enough that two folks had lived here, although there was only one now. Likely there had only been one for quite a stretch. The rifle had been cleaned, but the chamber was empty, and there was no ammunition anywhere I looked. There was a flint knife with quite an edge on it, probably the knife used to cut my meat the first time. Looked to me, this girl had been living here quite some time, and by the look of her, not living too well. She was mighty slight, almighty slight. When that water was boiling, I fixed some coffee and with my own jerk beef made some broth. Outside, the thunder was rolling something awful, and there was lightning strikes, almost 2 or 3 a minute, seemed like, and lighting up that gorge where the cave was. Rain was falling in great sheets, and when the lightning flashed, I could see the rocks glistening with it. Cap was down there at our camp by himself. The country would be filled up with almighty unpleasant folks. I was realizing that after a rain like this, nobody could get back up that chute, and unless there was another way down, I was stuck, and me with a sick girl on my hands. When I had that broth hot, I held the girl in my arms and fed her some of it. She was out of her head, kind of delirious-like. Seemed to me she got back to the cave with just her last strength, but she tasted that broth and liked it. After a while, she went back to sleep. Back home on the Cumberland, we did for ourselves when it came to trouble and sickness, but in a storm like this there was no chance to go out and get any herbs or such like. All I could do was keep her from getting chilled and build up her strength with broth. Might be she only had a cold, and I was praying it wasn't pneumonia or anything like that. She was run down some, and probably hadn't eaten right. What she could get from her snares wouldn't amount to much, and she had no weapons to kill anything larger. What bothered me was how she got into this wild country in the first place. While she slept, I hunted around the cave and found a man's wore-out boots, a coat hanging on the wall. I took that down and used it for more cover over top of her. Hours later, while the storm was still blowing and lightning jumping peak to peak, crashing like all get out, she awoke and looked around and called to somebody whose name I couldn't make out. All I could do for her was feed her some more of that broth, but she took to it like a baby to a mother's milk. All night long I sat by that fire, keeping it bright in case she awoke and was scared. Toward daylight, the storm played itself out and went rumbling away off down the mountains. I rigged a line and went down to the creek. The chances of getting a fish after the storm didn't look too good with the water all riled. Nevertheless, I threw out a hook. After a while I hooked a trout, and about half an hour later, another one. Up at the cave, the red-haired girl was sleeping quietly. So I went to work and cleaned those trout and fried them up. I started some coffee and then went outside. Wandering around, I came upon a grave. Actually, I could see it wasn't a dug grave, but a wide crack in the rocks. Rocks had been rolled in at each end, and the cracks tamped in with some kind of clay which had set it hard. Over the grave was scratched a name and a date. Juan Morales, 1790, 1874. He had died last year then. That meant this girl had been in here, this canyon, all alone for almost a year. No wonder she was run down. Juan Morales had been 84 years old when he died. too old a man to be trampesing around the mountains with a young girl. From his name, he had been a Spanish man, but she didn't look like any Spanish girl I'd ever seen. Yet I heard it said that some of them were blonde, so maybe there was redheads too. I went back to the cave and looked at my patient. She was laying there looking at me, and the first thing she said to me was, "Thank you for the venison." She had the bluest eyes. "Ma'am," I said, "I'm William Tell Sackett, Tell for short, and leaving the meat was little enough to do." "I'm Angie Carey," she said, "and I'm most glad you found me." Only thing I couldn't figure out was how a girl that pretty ever got lost. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Angie gone to sleep again, so after adding sticks to the fire, I went out and sat down in the mouth of the cave. It was the first good chance I had to look around me. The valley where I found the gold was lonely but peaceful. This was wild. Sheer black cliffs surrounded it nearly on all sides, broken here and there as though cracked by some thunderous upheaval of the mountain. The foot of each crack ended in a slope with broken and barkless tree trunks, their branches thrown wide and white against the rock-like skeleton arms. The stream descended through the valley in a series of ripples and miniature cascades, gathering here and there in a pool, only to go tumbling off down into the wild gorge that seemed to end in space. The trees that rimmed the canyon were dwarfed and twisted, leaning away from prevailing winds, trees that years gave no stature, only girth, and a more tenacious grip on the rock from which they grew. Landslides had carried away stands of aspen and dumped them among the tumbled boulders along the bottom. Slabs and crag of rock had broken off from the rock faces and lay cracked and riven upon the canyon floor. There was scarcely a stretch of level land anywhere, only here and there an arctic meadow or a stretch of tundra. The rocks were colored with lichen, green, orange, reddish, black, and gray, crusting the rocks, forever working at them that create from their granite flanks the soil that would build more growth. The mat-like jungle of arctic willow hedges the streams in places, and streaks of snow and ice lay along the cracks where the sun could not reach. About an hour short of noon, the sun came over the mountain and warmed the cave mouth. New streams melted from the snow banks, and I watched several mountain sheep go down a narrow thread of a trail. A big old black bear showed on the mountain opposite. Had I shot him, it would have took me all day to get where he was. Anyway, he wasn't bothering me. Despite the quiet of the place, there was something wild and terrible about it that wouldn't let me settle down. Besides that, I couldn't keep from worrying about Cap. It was mid-afternoon when Angie Carey woke up again, and I went back in and fixed her a cup of coffee. She looked up at me. "You've no idea how good that tastes. I've not had coffee for over a year." "Thing puzzles me," I said, "is why you came up here in the first place. You came with that Juan Morales?" "He was my grandfather. He and my grandmother raised me, and when she died he began to worry about dying and leaving me with nothing. Grandfather had an old map that'd been in our family for years, telling of gold in the San Juan, so he decided to find it for me, and I insisted on coming with him. He was very strong, Tal. It seemed nothing was too much for him, but we couldn't follow the map and we got lost in the mountains. We were short of ammunition. Some of it we lost in a rock slide that injured his shoulder. We found this place and he was sure it was close by the gold, He never told me why he believed that, but there were two positions in relative to two mountain peaks. One was slightly west of north and the other due west. Grandfather must have been hurt worse in the landslide than he let me know. He never got better. One of his shoulders was very bad, and he limped after that and worried about me. He said we must forget the gold and get out as best as we could. And then he became ill, and that was when you came into the valley, and when I took some venison from you at night." "You should have woke me." I was afraid." And then when you came back, I found the venison I left for you. You knew I was all right then." "Oh, I don't know what I thought. When I came back here after getting that first piece of meat, that was when Grandfather died. I told him about you." "He died then?" "He told me to go to you, that you would take me out of here, and that most men are good to women." "When I saw the grave, I thought he was dead longer than that." "I wasn't sure of the date. We lost track of time up here." "She must have had a rough time of it. I thought of it while I went to work and made some broth, only this time with chunks of meat in it." "How'd you get up to this place?" "We came up a trail from the north, an ancient trail very steep, or perhaps it was a game trail." "From the north again. What I wanted was a way down on the west. The way I figured, we couldn't be more than a mile from Cap right now, but the trouble was that mile was almost straight down. Angie Carey was in no shape to leave, and with all the men hunting me that had figured to fill me up with lead, I wasn't planning to go down until I could take Angie along. Suppose I was killed before anyone knew where she was. Just in case, I told her how things were. We got us a camp, Cap Roundtree and me, down in the Valsitos west of here. If something happens to me, you get to him. He'll take you to my folks down in Mora." Seemed likely that with another few days of rest, she might be ready to try coming down off the mountain. Mostly, she was starved from poor eating. I went out and went across the canyon. There I looked back, taking time to study that cliff. A man might climb that slope of talus and work his way to the top of the cliff through the crack that lay behind it. A man on foot might. Chances were that right down the other side was camp. Studying it out, I decided to have a try at it. Down by the stream, I had seen an outcropping of talc, so I broke off a piece and scratched out back soon on a slab of rock. Taking my rifle, I rigged myself a sling from a rawhide strap and headed for that slope. Climbing the steep talus slope was work, believe me. That rock slid under my feet, and every time I took 3 steps I lost one, but soon I got up that crack. Standing there looking up, I was a mind to quit, though quitting comes hard to me. That crack was like a 3-sided chimney, narrow at the bottom, widening toward the top. The slope above the chimney looked like it was just hanging there, waiting for a good reason to fall. Yet, by holding to the right, a man might make it. I hung my rifle over my back to have my hands free, and I started up that chimney and made it out on the slope. Holding on to catch my breath, I looked down into the canyon. It made a man catch his breath. I swear I had no idea I had climbed so high. The creek was a thread. The cave mouth looked no bigger than the end of a fingernail, and I was a good 2,000 feet above the floor of the valley. My horse, feeding in the meadow where I'd left him on a picket rope, looked like an ant. Clinging to a reasonably solid rock along the side of the rock slide, I worked my way up to the top and was wringing wet by the time I got there. Nothing but sky and cloud above me, and all around me bare smooth granite with a hollow where there was snow, but nowhere any trees or vegetation. I walked across the top of that ridge, scoured by wind and storm. The air was fresher than a body could believe, and a light wind was blowing. In a few minutes, I was looking down into the valley of the Valsitos. A little way down, the forest began, first scattered, stunted trees, then thick stands of timber. Our camp, I could see a thin trail of smoke rising, was way down there among them. From where I stood to the point of where the cap was, I figured it to be half a mile if it was level ground. But the mountain itself was over a mile high, which made the actual distance much greater. Here and there were sheer drops, and there would be no going straight down. One cliff I could see would take a man almost a mile north before he could find a place to get down. From where Cap and me had laid out the town, there was a stir of activity. There were several columns of smoke, and looks like some building going on, but it was too far to make out, even in that clear air. It was sundown when I got back to the cave, and Ange broke into a smile when I showed up. "Worried?" She smiled at me. "No, you said you'd come back." She was looking better already. There was color in her cheeks, and she had started to make coffee. Coming back, I had killed a bighorn sheep, and we roasted over the fire and had us a grand feast. That night, we sat talking until the moon came up. After she went to sleep, I sat in the door of the cave and watched the moon chin itself on the mountains and slowly slide out of sight behind a dark fringe of trees. At dawn, 5 days later, we pulled out. We crossed toward that stream that ran down to the north and northeast and followed the old game trail Ange had mentioned. She showed me where they had lost their pack mule with some of their grub, and then she told me that there was a way which had led down to our camp, a deer and a sheep trail off to the south of the canyon. With Ange riding and me leading the Appaloosa among the rocks in the thick forest, it was a slow going, and it took a long time to get to the bottom. I led the horse on through the trees until I reached a point maybe a half mile from the town site. There must have been 40 men working around there with buildings going up, but I could see no sign of Cap. Somehow, this setup didn't look right to me. I helped Ange down from the horse. "We'll rest," I said. "Come dark, we'll go to our camp. That bunch over there looks like trouble." I had no idea of facing up to a difficulty with a sick girl in my hands. Dark came on slowly, finally thinking of Cap. It wasn't in me to wait longer. I helped Ange back into the saddle and took my Winchester from the scabbard. It was a slow walk across the meadow and into the willows. Nothing stirred except the nighthawks which dipped and swung in the air above us. Somewhere a wolf howled. The sun was down and it was not yet dark. We turned south. Wearing my moccasins, I made little sound in the grass, and the Appaloosa not much more. There was a smell of smoke in the air and a gentle drift of wind off the high peaks. All I could think of was Cap Roundtree. If that crowd in the town site were the wrong bunch, and I had a feeling they were, then Cap was bad hurt or killed. If he was killed, I was going up to that town and read him from the book. I was going to give that bunch the gospel. The first of the 3 men who came out of the brush ahead of me was Kitch. "We've been waiting here for you, Sackett," he said, and he lifted his gun. He thought sure enough he had me. Trouble was, he hadn't seen that Winchester alongside my leg. I just tilted it up with my right hand, grabbed the barrel with my left, and shot from the hip. While he swung that gun up nonchalantly and easy, I shot him through the belly. Without moving from my tracks, I fired at the second man and saw him go spinning. The third one stood there, white-faced and white-eyed, and I told him, "Mister, you unloose that gun belt. If you want to, you just go ahead and grab that pistol. I'm hoping you do." He dropped his gun belt and backed off a step. "Now we're going to talk," I said. "What's your name?" "Ab Warren. I didn't mean no harm." He hesitated. "Mr. Kitch ain't dead. Can I do for him?" "He'll get another bullet unless he lies still," I replied. "You want to help him, you talk. Where's my partner?" The man shifted his feet. "You better hightail it. The others will be here to see." "Let him come. You gonna talk?" "No, I ain't, By that time I had moved in close, and I backhanded him across the mouth. It was a fairly careless blow, but like I said, my hands are big, and I worked all my life. He went down, and I reached over and took him by the front of the shirt and lifted him upright. "You talk, or I'll take you apart. I'll jump down your throat and jollop your guts out." "They ambushed him, but he ain't dead. That old coon injured himself way into the bush, and down too before they pulled out. He's back at your camp, but I don't think he's doing so good." "Is he alone?" "No, Joe Rugger's up there with him." Warren paused. "Rugger took up for him." Kitch was moaning, and I walked over to him. "I didn't run, did I, Kitch?" I turned on Warren. If he lives and I ever see him carrying a gun here in Texas or Nebraska, I'm going to be killing him on sight. That goes for you too. If you want to stay around, stay, but if you wear a gun, I'll kill you. Taking up the bridle, I added, you go back up there and tell that outfit that all that didn't make a deal with Cap for their lots can move, or be moved by me. We staked and claimed that town site, and we cut timber for the buildings. There's 40 men up there, Warren said, and there's one of me, but you tell 'em. I hope they're gone before I come, and I'm going to come and read from the book. Scooping up his guns and the others, I started off. It was full dark by the time we got to camp, and I heard a challenge. The voice was familiar, but it wasn't Cap. Sackett here, I said. I got a lady for company. I'm coming in. Falling back beside her, I said, Ma'am, I'm sure sorry about back yonder. Folks never reckoned me a quarrelsome man, but I had trouble with those men before. She did not reply, and suddenly scared, I said, Look, you ain't hurt, are you? No, I'm not hurt. Her voice sounded different somehow, but I didn't think much of it until I reached up and helped her down. She felt stiff in my hands, and she wouldn't look at me. A man stepped up beside us. Sackett, I'm Joe Rugger, remember? I spoke of coming back and seeing you. I've been trying to keep them off Cap. Rugger was the square-set man who had ridden with Kitch. Brushing past him, I went to the lean-to. Cap was laying there on his blankets, and he was so pale it scared me. Most times we hadn't dare have a light, Rugger said. They've been pot-shotting around here at night. Put the light out. For a few minutes I sat there, scared to death. That old man looked bad off, mighty bad off. We hadn't been long together, but I'd come to be quite fond of him. He was a solid, true blue old man. They ambushed him, 4 or 5 of them. They shot him out of his saddle and then went haunting him like an animal. Only Cap was clear conscious, and he let 'em come in close where he wouldn't miss. Killed 2 of 'em, scared the rest off like polecats. Where's he hit? Missed the lung, I think. Took him high, but he lost a lot of blood before he got here. I didn't know about it until the next morning. Then I came right up. When they came to finish him off, I stopped 'em before they could get to the trees. Cap, he come out of it, managed to get off a shot. They think he's in better shape than he is. I walked outside and stood under the trees. If that old man died, I'd hunt every man jack of 'em down and gut shoot 'em all. By now, they had seen Kitch and they knew I was back. If I knew that crowd over there, tonight they would argue, they would threaten, and they would make war talk, but unless I was completely wrong, they wouldn't come down here in the dark. Not after what happened to Kitch. Tomorrow I could expect trouble. However, I'd be ready. If they wanted it tonight instead of tomorrow, they could have it. Last thing I wanted was trouble, but they called the turn, and now they would get a belly full of it. If they wanted to start the town with a line of graves in Boot Hill, it would be that way. Joe Rugger came up behind me. You want I should ride south for Orrin and Tyrell? No, sir, no I don't. This here's myself, and I don't think there's going to be enough of it to go around. They could have 48 hours, and then I was riding down. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Morning broke with an overcast sky and a hint of rain. And rain worried me because down here rain could mean snow in the mountains where the gold was. First off, I walked out to the edge of the timber that surround our camp and looked toward the town site. There were several tents, one building already up, and a few more on the way. Nobody seemed to be pulling out. Joe Rugger was squatting over the fire with a long fork, working on some venison steaks. Angie was helping him, but when she looked at me, her eyes were bleak and frightened. Not that I could blame her. It must have come as a shock to come out of the peace of those hills and run into a gunfight, and my way of doing things must have been a shock. Folks who live sheltered or quiet lives away from violent men have no idea how they have to be dealt with. And I was never one to stand around and talk mean. If there was fighting to be done, the best thing to do was have at her and get her over with. Those men at the town site had their warning, and I gave them time to think about it. In any such number of men, a few of them would nerve enough to stand up to trouble. They'd be tough and resolute men. A few would be talkers willing to ride along with the crowd. A few would be camp followers ready to pick up the leavings of stronger men. And, of course, there was always a kind who himself is a tough man, if given leadership. Such a warning as I had given was apt to thin their ranks somewhat. A few of the camp followers would shy from trouble, and some of the talkers would make an excuse and ride out. Cap was in bad shape. He had lost a lot of blood, like Ruger said, and he was a thin, tough old man without too much blood in him. He ran mostly to bone and sinew. It scared me when I looked at him. His cheeks were sunken in and his eyes were hollow. He looked a sight. "Ange," I said, "will you see what you can do for him?" "Yes." "Ange, I'm sorry about last night." "You didn't have to shoot those men. That was wicked. It was an awful thing." "They were mighty bad men. They came out there to kill me, Ange." "I don't believe it. They were just talking." "And when men carry guns, they don't just talk about killing. When a man mentions killing and he has in his hands or on his person the means to kill, then you have a right to believe he means to do what he says. I've helped bury a few men who tried to argue at times like that." Ange wasn't doing any trading on that kind of talk. She walked away from me and left me standing. All that sort of nice feeling between us was gone. Only girl I ever felt likely to care for, and she would have none of me. And after I did what I would have to do, she was going to like me even less. But the fact of the matter is, no man can shape his life according to a woman's thinking. Nor should any woman try to influence a man towards her way. There must be a give and take between them, but when a man faces a man's problems, he has to face them a man's way. We'd come up here asking trouble of no one. We'd staked a claim, measured out a town site, and staked out building sites. We'd cut timber and prepared to build, and then strangers come in, jumped our town site, and tried to jump our claim. They had shot Cap, and then they tried to kill me. Nobody talked much over breakfast. After breakfast, I took Blackstone and sat down under a tree where I could watch that town site, and I read. Reading was not easy for me, but I hooked both spurs into the girth and settled down for a long ride, determined to not let it throw me. When words showed up that wore an unfamiliar brand, I passed them by and went on, but usually they made sense to me after some study. After an hour, I toted my book back to camp and rounded up a pick and a shovel and headed for the creek. Cap had sunk a shaft to bedrock and started to clean up. Going down into the shaft, I widened it out a mite and took out some gravel. At the edge of the stream, I went to work with the pan, filling it with gravel and dipping it into the water and starting the water swirling to wash the sand away over the edge. I found color, but not much. Several times I walked to the edge of the woods. Noon came, and I could see no sign of working around the town, so evidently they were drinking and talking. Cap was breathing easier, and Ange was feeding him when I came into camp, but she paid me no mind, and I sat down to eat what there was. If they made an all-out attack on us, we might be able to hold them off, but if we had to get out of there, our only chance was up the mountain, and with a sick man on our hands, we weren't likely to get far. Taking an axe, I went out to check our defenses. I added a few logs and rooted out some brush here and there to give us a better field of fire. Joe Ruger was worried, I could see that, but there was no rabbit in him. He'd come in with us, and he planned to stick. "What led you to throw in with us, Joe?" I asked him. "Drifted in here with the wrong crowd before I measured them for caliber. Seems to me you and Roundtree were more my type. Fact was, I figured to try leasing that store from you. Back in Ohio, I operated a small store for another man, but Seemed to me I'd get nowhere working for the other fella, so I quit. I done some mining, but a store's where I always wanted to be. Joe, you just bought yourself a lease. Cap and me, we want to build a town that shapes up to something, and we'd be proud to lease that store to you. Thanks, Tell. It made a body restless, wondering they were cooking up down there in the town. Same time, I never was one to keep a serious view on things. Time to time, folks get the idea I'm slighting my problems because oft times they strike me as funny. Now I kept thinking of all those men down there, arguing and drinking and arguing, and working up nerve to come after us. It struck me, a man might sort of wander down there for a night time and have himself some fun. Roostling around our gear, I found about 100 feet of rope Cap had packed along, on account of rope always being handy. Joe had some more, and I knotted the two together and went inside and got my field glasses and studied that town. There were 4 tents, one large like the saloon tents at the end of the tracks in railroad towns, and the other small. A couple of horses were saddled, with packs across the saddles. Some men were in the street. Something about it bothered me. If there actually were 40 men around town, where were they? I took my Winchester and scouted around the edge of the trees and studied the bench, searching every possible approach. It scarcely seemed likely they would try another attack with me here, with Joe and Cap having driven them off. But they might. Thinking of it worried me, with Ange Carey at the camp and Cap Roundtree a sick man. Looked to me like I was going to go after 'em after all. Come evening time, Joe Ruger come out to stand watch, and I went into camp for grub. Cap was conscious, and he looked at me. You got it all in your hands, Tell. I'll be no help to you. You've been a help. I squatted on my heels beside his pallet, nursing a cup of coffee in my hands. Cap, I'm going to take it to them tonight. You be careful. Else they'll come a-hunting. We can't have them shooting around with Ange here and you laid up. That's a fine girl. You should see that country up yonder. Blessed if I can see how she made it, months up there all alone. I could see Cap was done up. He would need time and plenty of good food to get his strength back. It was lucky Ange was there. She came in, bringing a cup of soup for Cap, but she kept her eyes away from me. What did she expect me to do? Stand there and get shot? Sure, I got the jump, but Kitch had warning, and when he came out of the trees like that, he wasn't looking to play patty cake. She was mighty pretty, a little thing, slim and lovely, though the only clothes she had were wore out, and she was not likely to have better until one of us could cut loose for Silverton or Delnorton. Her face had taken some color, and she had combed out that hair of hers and done it up like some of those fancy pictures I had seen in Goody's lady's book. I declare she was pretty. See ya, I said, and stood up. You take care. There was a moment there I thought of talking with her, but what could I say? Seemed to me she didn't want to have any words with me, and I went away feeling mighty miserable inside. Walking out to the edge of the trees, I stood looking towards the 2 or 3 lights and thinking of what a fool a man could be. What was she after all? Just a slim girl with a lot of red gold hair? Nothing to be upset about. The humor of what I'd been thinking of doing there in town went out of me. I looked at that town and felt like walking over there and shooting it out. Only there was no way I could win if I did that, and I had to win. Joe was a solid man, but he was no gunfighter. First time in my life I wished I could look up and see Tyrrell coming down the pike. Only Tyrrell was miles away, days away, and whatever happened now was up to me. Anyway, it never does a man much good to be thinking of what he could do if he had help. Better to spend his time figuring a way to do it himself. Gathering up that rope, I took to my horse and saddled up. Joe, I said, you be careful. They may come a-winging it over this way. If they do, and if I'm able, I'll come a-smoking, but you stand 'em off till I get here. Ange was standing with the fire behind her, and I couldn't see her face. Only when I rode out, I lifted a hand. "See ya," I said, and let the papoose softfoot off the bench and into the stream bed. It was cool with no wind. The clouds were low, making it especially dark. There was a smell of pine wood in the air, and a smell of wood smoke and of cooking too. Nigh the town site I drew up and got down, tying the Appaloosa to some willows in the stream bed. I put my hand on his shoulder. "Now you stand steady, boy. I won't be gone long." But I wondered if that was the truth or not. Maybe it would be just as well if I was to get the worst of them. That Ange now, she had no use for me, and sure as shooting, I was getting a case on her. Not that it was likely she would ever see me. Girl that pretty had her choice of men. Nobody ever said much about me being good looking, except Ma, and even Ma, with the best intentions in the world, looked kind of doubtful when she said it. I never shaped up to much except for size. Only thing I could do better than anyone else I knew was read sign and maybe shoot as good as most. Otherwise, all I had was a strong back. That Blackstone now. I've been worrying that book over like a dog worries a bone, trying to get the marrow of it, but it was a thing that took time. Days now I'd been at it, off and on, and everything took a sight of thinking out. He said a lot of things that made a man study, although at the wind-up they didn't make a lot of sense. If I could learn to read, I'd never get to be a lawyer like Orrin there, but this was no time for dreaming. Pa, he always advised taking time for contemplating, but this was the wrong time. Taking that rope and my Winchester, I edged in close, working soft on moccasin feet. I ran my rope through the gee ropes of the big tent, and up behind 4 gee ropes, and then a big loop clean around one of the smaller tents, and around the gee ropes of another. And then I walked back to my horse, and loosed him, and mounted up and taken a dally around the pommel with the loose end. Everything in the town seemed mighty peaceful. Inside I could hear folks a-cutting up some touches that clattered glasses and poker chips. Seemed almost ashamed to worry them. Walking my horse along the building, I stood up in the saddle and pulled myself to the roof. I slid out of my shirt and shoved it into the chimney. Then I stepped back to the eaves, and about time I touched saddle, all hell broke loose inside. The room was starting to fill up with wood smoke, and I heard folks a-swearing something awful and coughing. Turning my horse, I took a good hold on that rope and let out a wild Comanche yell and slapped spurs to that Appaloosa. Those spurs surprised him. He took out like a scared rabbit, ripping down those gee ropes and collapsing the other tents I let out. When I had done what I could that way, I rode back through the tents at a dead run. As I came through, a gang of men rushed up and caught themselves a loop of rope. It tumbled a lot of them, and dragged some. I let go of the rope, and leaning from the saddle, I wrenched loose a length of tent stake. I rode up to that bunch and rapped a skull here and there. A man on the stoop of the store building grabbed his pistol. I tossed that stake at his face and said, "Catch!" He jumped back and fell over the last step, half inside the door. Riding by, I drew up in the shadow. I had sure enough played hob. 2 small tents had collapsed, and folks were struggling underneath them. The big tent was leaned way over. There was a lot of shouting, and someone yelled, "No, you don't. Drop that money." A shot was fired. I remembered Pa's advice then, and took time to contemplate. Set my horse there in the shadows. I watched that mess up and enjoyed it. There was a swelling under those tents, everybody arguing and swearing. No one was making any kind of sense. One tent flattened down as the men struggled from under it. I decided they needed light, so I took a flaming stick from the outside fire and tossed it onto that flattened out tent. Somebody saw me and yelled. I turned sharp and trotted my horse away just as he let go with a shotgun. Then the tent burst into flame, and I had to move back further. They wanted to settle on my town site without paying, did they? They wanted to shoot up my camp? I happened to notice their corral on the edge of the wash. A couple of saddles, a rope. Shaking out a loop, I caught a corner of that corral with my rope and rode off, pulling it down, horses streaming by me. Surely does beat all what a man can do when he sets his mind to being destructive. One leg hooked around the saddle horn, I spoke gentle to my horse to warn him of trouble to come, and then I turned my head to the sky. When I walked out on the streets of Laredo, a bullet cut wind near me, and I took off. Seemed like nobody liked my singing. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. There was a faint lemon color edging the gray from the clouds when I rolled out of my blankets. Joe Rugger was teasing the fire into a flame and put water on for coffee. Sticking my feet into my boots, I stomped them into place and slung my gun belt around my hips. Expecting trouble, that was all I had taken off except for my vest. Putting on my vest, tucked another gun behind my belt, and then walked out to the edge of the woods. Oh, sure, I had my hat on. First thing a cowboy does when he crawls out of bed in the morning is put his hat on. Looked to me like somebody was leaving over yonder. Angie was up, her hair combed as pretty as might be, and sunlight catching the gold of it through the rift of the clouds. She brought me a cup of coffee. "I suppose you're satisfied with what you've done," she said. "Thank you, ma'am." "Satisfied? Well, now, takes a lot to satisfy a man. Takes a lot to please him, if he's of any account. But what I did well. Yes, ma'am, I'm pleased." "I thought you were a good man." "Glad to hear you say so. It's an appearance I favor. Not that I've ever been sure what made a good man. Mostly I'd say a good man is one you can rely on, one who does his job and stands by what he believes."
"Do you believe in killing people?"
"No, ma'am, not as a practice. Trouble is, if a body gets in trouble out here, he can't call the sheriff. There isn't any sheriff. He can't get his case before the law, and because there ain't any judges, he can't appeal to anybody or anything except his own sense of what's right and just. There's folks around believe they can do anything they're big enough to do, no matter how it tramples on other folks' right. That I don't favor. Some folks you can dicker with. You can reason a thing out and settle it fair and square. There's others who will understand nothing but force. Joe Rugger, now, there's a good man. Cap Roundtree's another. They're trying to build something. Those others, they've figured to profit by what others do, and I don't aim to stand by in silence."
"You have no authority for such actions."
"Yes, ma'am, I do. The ideas I have are principles that men have had for many a year. I've been reading about that. When a man enters into society, that's living with other folks, he aims to abide by the rules of that society, and when he crosses those rules, he becomes liable to judgment, and if he continues to cross them, then he becomes an outlaw. In wild country like this, a man has no appeal but to that consideration, and when he fights against force and brutality, he must use the weapons he has. Take Joe Rugger now. He rode in here with a lot of mighty mean, shiftless folks. He broke with them, and then came over to us when we were short-handed. He knew when he made that choice it could be the death of him. Ma'am, I'm not an educated man, but I'm trying to make up for it. The thing is, when folks start to living together, a long time ago they worked out certain laws, like respecting the rights of others and giving folks the benefit of the doubt, sharing the work of the community, that sort of thing. Cap and me, we figured to start a town, and we wanted it to be a good town where there'd be someday be women folks walking the streets of stores and where youngsters could play. And you know something? We got our first citizen. We got Joe Rugger."
"I never thought of it that way,"
she said grudgingly, and she riled me. "No, ma'am, folks don't," I said with considerable heat. "People who live in comfortable, settled towns with law-abiding citizens and a government to protect them, they never think of the man who came first and the one who went through hell to build something. I tell you, ma'am, when my time comes to ride out, I want to see a school over there with a bell in the tower and a church, and I want to see families dressed up for a Sunday and a flag flying over there. And I have to do it with a pistol, I'll do it." This time I riled her. She walked away stiff-like, and I could see I had said the wrong thing. When I finished my coffee, Joe came out to stand guard,
and I went back and ate some venison and some sourdough bread dipped in sorghum molasses. Cap looked a sight better. His eyes were brighter, and there was a color in his faded cheeks. "Well, Cap," I said, "I never had any doubt. You're too mean and ornery to die like this. Why, I figure you'll die in a corner, just snapping and grabbing and cutting around you. You'll die with your teeth in someone if I know you right. Now you hurry up and get out there. Joe and me were getting almighty tired of you laying up while we're doing the work." "How are things?" "Sober. Looks to me like those folks have started to settle down and think things out. Time I went over and had a talk with them. Time to make a little medicine." "You be careful." "I'm a careful man. Time comes to run. I ain't afraid to run. When I ride down this here mountain, I'm going for a showdown. Wish I could go along." "You just set tight. I think they'll stand for reasoning now. I plan to get 'em to sit down and contemplate, and if they can't cut the mustard that way, they'll get their walking papers." "All of 'em?" "Shucks, there ain't more than 40. With my Winchester over my saddle, I rode down. They saw me coming, but I was walking my horse in plain sight, so they waited for me, with the exception of that fat man who had come with Kitch to our camp. I saw nobody I knew until Ab Warren came outside. He was not wearing a gun. "You men have moved into a town site staked and claimed by Cap Roundtree and myself. You took it upon yourselves to occupy building sites we had laid out, and you took our timber. Last night you found out a little of what trouble can be. Now I've come down here to settle this matter, and I'm going to be doing it right here from my saddle. When Cap and me moved in here, we had us an election. He became mayor, and I became town marshal by popular vote. It was popular with both of us. Being as Cap is laid up, I'm acting mayor as well as marshal. I'm also the town council and the vigilante committee, and any time during these proceedings that anyone wishes to challenge my authority, he can have at her. We're going to be having us a town here, and I think it's going to be a rich town, but rich or poor, it's going to be law-abiding. Anyone who ain't ready to stand for that had best saddle up, because until we get a constituted authority," I wasn't really sure what constituted meant, but it sounded mighty good, "I'm going to run it with a six-shooter. Whoever has occupied that building will move out starting now. That is to be a general store, and Joe Rugger has the lease on it." The fat man spoke up. "I'm in that building, and I built it." "And who paid for the lumber?" He hesitated, then blustered. "That's no matter. We found it here, and it belongs to Cap and me. We value it at $1,000. Pay for it here now, or get out of the building. As for the work involved, you can charge that up to poor judgment on your part, and know better next time." "You can't get away with that." "You got 10 minutes to start moving. After that, I start throwing things out, you included." Ignoring him, I looked the others over. They were a bunch of toughs for the most part, although here and there were some men that looked likely. "We're going to be needing a saloon and a straight one. We're going to need a hotel and an eating house. If any of you want to have a try at her, you'll get cooperation from us." The fat man was the leader, I could see that, but he was red-faced and mad, not sure how much backing he would get. Several had pulled out already. Kitch and his partner were dead. Abe Warren was there telling them how it happened. Suddenly, a burly, unshaven man stepped out of the crowd. "I cooked for a railroad construction crew one time. I'd like to handle that eating house." "All right, you trim your beard and wash your shirt, and you got 30 days to prove you can cook grub fit to eat. If you can't, you get someone who can." A slim young man who looked pale around the gills, like he hadn't been West long, spoke up. "I'm a hotel man, and I can also run a saloon. I can run it honest." "All right." With my left hand I took a paper from my shirt front. Here's the plan Cap and me laid out. You two study that and choose your sites. When you get your plans made, you draw straws to see who builds first. The other helps, and then the other helps the other. It was time to settle things with that fat man. Someone was speaking low to him, and I heard the fat man called Muncherson. Muncherson, I said, you have about 3 minutes to get started, and this time I don't mean cleaning out that building, I mean down the road. Now look here. My horse walked right up to him. You came in here to ride roughshod over what you thought was a helpless old man. You showed no respect for the rights of others or the rights of property. You'd be no help to a town. Get on your horse and start traveling. Pushing my horse forward another step, I backed Munchins up. The Appaloosa stepped right up on the stoop after him. I'll be back, Muncherson said angrily. The Bigelows are in Silverton. We'll hold a place for you, I said, right alongside Kitch. Abe Warren stayed. Muncherson rode from town that morning, and about 15 men rode with him. There was a Texas Ranger one time who said there's no stopping a man who knows he's in the right and keeps a-comin'. Well, I've often been wrong, but this time I was right, and they had to pay mine to me or bury me, and mine is a breed that dies hard. In the days that followed, other folks began to drift in. The second week, a rider came along, then 2 wagons. Claims were took up along the creek, and one man drove in about 30 head of sheep, which he started feeding alongside the mountain. Joe Rugger got a store going. Alice in his hotel, which he started in the big gambling tent that had been abandoned. Briggs ran a good eating house, nothing fancy but simple food, mighty well cooked. Aside from beef and beans, he served up bear meat, venison, and elk. We saw nothing of the Bigelows, but we heard a-plenty. Tom and Ira were the 2 we heard most about. They were suspected of holding up a stage near Silverton. Tom had killed a man in Denver City and had been in a shooting in Leadsville. Ira was a gambler, dividing his time between Silverton and some other boom towns. They had made their brags about me. They would take care of me when they found time. I'd assume they never found it. Twice I made trips into the mountains and came back with gold. 2 mule loads the last time. Esteban Mendoza and Tina came over and built a cabin in town near the foot of the mountains, and Esteban had 2 freight wagons working along that Silverton road. Angie Carey moved away from our camp and got a little place in town where she lived, and she worked with Joe Rugger in the store, which combined with the post office and Wells Fargo Express. She had never been the same towards me since I killed Kitch and his partner. She was prettier than ever, and mighty popular around town. Nearly everybody sort of protected her. Joe Rugger brought his wife out, and they built a home at the back of the store. Cap took a long time mending, and he hadn't much energy when he was able to walk, so it was up to me to do what must be done. Of an evening, I read what newspapers I could find and kept hammering away at Blackstone. Time to time, someone would drift into camp and stay a while, and drift out again, leaving books behind. I read whatever there was, but mostly I worked. I built us a 3-room log house high on the bench with my old trail up the mountain right behind it, and the spring close by. I built a strong stable, a corral against the coming winter, and I cut a few tons of hay in the meadow. There was snow on some of the peaks now, where I hadn't seen it before. A time or 2, early in the morning, there was frost in the bottom, and once ice slicked over a bucket of left-out water. The old barricades I let lie. I kept the brush trimmed off the mesa. Grass was growing high out there, and there was good grazing for our stock. When I went to town now, there were few whom I knew. Joe Rugger was acting mayor. Allison and Briggs were loyal men. Muncherson had come back and started a small gambling house. There was at least 200 folks in town, and she was running like a top. The aspen began to turn yellow. Seemed like I had been here for years, although it was only a few months. There was a little trouble. Two men killed each other over a poker game in Muncherson's joint, and there was a cutting down on the creek, some private affair over a woman. One night, Cap came in and sat down. "You stay on them books," he said, "and you'll ruin your eyes." "I gotta learn, Cap." "You take after those brother of yours. As soon as they learned to read, there was nothing holding them." "Well, they done well for themselves." "Yeah, they have. Married, too." I didn't answer right away, but finally I said, "Well, it does take two." "You seen Angie lately?" "You know I ain't." "That's a mighty fine girl. She won't be around always. I hear that Ira Bigelow's paying her mind." "Bigelow? Is he in town?" "Rode in a few days ago while you were on the mountains. Only stayed a few hours, but he managed to meet Ange, and he talked up to her. He's a handsome man." Didn't cut much ice reading about ethics and all. Inside, I could feel myself getting mighty mean. The thought of one of those Bigelows around Ange, well, sir, a thing like that could make me mean as an old bear. Of an evening, I'd walk outside and look towards the town lights, but I didn't often go down to the street. It was time for me to make my last trip of the season into the high peaks. I wanted one more load out of there before snow fell. Not that there hadn't been snow up that high, but I had a hunch that there was a time for one more trip. With the new route in, and no need to go by the way of the chute, I could make it in and back. "Going up to the mine tomorrow," I told Cap. I stood there a minute. "You know, Ann should come in for a share of that. Her grandpa was hunting it when he died up there. He had him a map, and one of those dead Spanish fellas must have been a relative of his." "I was thinking of that. Wondered if you'd get around to it." Picking up my hat, I said, "I think I'll go talk to her." "You do that," Cap said. "You surely do." Anyway, it was time I bought myself an outfit, new clothes and the like. I had money now. Turning to leave, I stopped. Esteban Mendoza was in the doorway. "Senor Tell, I must speak with you." He came on into the room. "I was working on my freight wagons fixing some harness, and it came very dark while I sat there, and when I'm through I put the lantern and then sit for a while enjoying the coolness. Beyond the wagon are several men, and they are talking. They did not know I was there, so I kept very still, for one of them speaks of you. He says you have gold that isn't placer gold but from quartz. They believe the mine is in the mountains." "Who are the men?" "One of them is Tuttle. They call him Monsieur. Another's Boyd." Cap looked over at me. "The banker and that gambler from Las Vegas. What about the others?" He shrugged. "Well, I don't know, but I think they plan to follow you into the mountains if you go again." "Thanks, Esteban. Thanks very much." After he left, I gave it some thought. It was important to make one more trip up there. I not only wanted enough gold to start buying my ranch, but I wanted to cover up the work I had done at the mine in case someone found the way up to the valley. The trip was a risk I would have to take. Cap was getting around pretty good now, better than before, and Esteban would look in on him from time to time, and he was well enough to care for himself, and he had friends in town. "You going down to see Ange?" Cap asked suddenly. "It's getting late." I got into my saddle and started for town. The lights seemed brighter than before, and there was an excitement in me. Ange. A shadow stirred in the brush, and I waited a moment before riding on. It was a man, all right. He was watching our camp. Esteban had been right. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Late as it was, the store was crowded. Joe waved a hand to me from where he stood waiting on a customer, and I glanced toward the counter where Ange was. If she had noticed me, she gave no sign of it. Most of the people in the store seemed to be newcomers, although there were a few familiar faces. "Mr. Sackett, I believe?" Turning around, I faced Tuttle. He was a handsome man, no questions of it, tall and well-dressed in store-bought clothes. "How are you?" I asked. "I wasn't expecting to see you this far from home. What happened to the bank?" "I left it in good hands." Glancing toward Angie, I saw she was no longer busy, so I excused myself and walked over to her. "Ange," I said, "I want to buy some clothes." Her eyes met mine for the merest instant. "All right." So I gave her my order, aware that Tuttle was watching from a short distance away. She brought me some shirts, jeans and socks, and a sheepskin coat. "And 2 boxes of 44s, I said. Her eyes lifted to mine and her face stiffened. Abruptly she turned and walked to the ammunition shelf and took down 2 boxes and came back and placed them on the counter before me. "Ange," I said, "I gotta talk to you." "You brought me out of the mountains, and I'm very grateful," she said. "But I don't think—" "Ange, part of that gold belongs to you. Your pa was hunting it, and it was probably some ancestor of his who found it first, so you should have a share." "Whatever you think is right. There's no need for talk." She turned away from me with my money and made change. "Ange," I said, "I had to shoot those men." "Did you? It was the most brutal, the most callous thing I ever saw, and I thought you were so gentle, so nice." She broke off and walked away from me. A moment I stood there. When I turned around, Tuttle was beside me. "Didn't know you knew Ange Carey," he said. "You make a habit of listening when folks are talking?" I was mad. "Look, Tuttle, I think you're no gentleman. I also think you're a thief and that you travel with thieves. You keep that Boyd out of my sight, you hear? If I see him, I'll come looking for you both." Brushing past him, I started for the door. Rugger was there. "Something wrong, Tell?" Angie was looking at me with mighty close to horror in her eyes. She could not know about Will Boyd following me down that street in Las Vegas, or about his connection with Tuttle, or what Esteban had overheard. All she knew was what she heard now, and that I had made what looked like an unprovoked attack on an innocent and respectable man. "Nothing, Joe." My voice lowered. "Only Tuttle's curious about me and that claim of mine. So are the people with him. He followed me here from Las Vegas." Riding back to the claim, I made up my mind. I'd head for the high hills now. Before daybreak, it'll lead on anyone who might try and follow me and keep it. Once I came down with the gold, I'd head south for Mora or somewhere and buy myself a ranch. Ange could do whatever she had a mind to do. Every time I came to be near her, something happened to make me look worse than I had before. She probably had never seen anyone killed before the night I shot Kitch. Back at camp, Cap could see I was mad, and he made no comment when I threw a pack together and brought out the pack saddles. I was taking 2 pack horses in the Appaloosa. There was no need to take much gear. I'd be gone only 2 or 3 days. Yet, just on chance, I took enough food for a week and 4 boxes of 44s aside from what was in my belt. It was an hour short a day when I mounted up to ride out. "You be careful," Cap warned. "I saw Tuttle," I told him. "He smells gold. Through some bank or Wells Fargo or something, he's had a smell of that gold, and he knows it ain't placer gold." Holding close against the walls of the trees, I rode north, weaving among the scattered trees of the bench. It was still overcast, and there was a smell of dampness in the air. Where Rock Creek entered the Valsitos, I turned southeast, riding in the creek bed. By daylight, that water would have washed away what tracks I made. The sun was painting the sky with a lavish brush when I topped out on a rise in the trees and looked back. Far below, several miles back, I saw movement. Sun gleamed for an instant on a rifle barrel. No use taking a chance on leading them to the mine. So, turning off to my left, I went up a rocky ridge, over several switchbacks, and rode over to the saddle in the east. About a half-mile off, I saw a lake larger than the one in the high valley. riding swiftly in that direction, I held to a good pace. Near the shore of that lake, I bedded down for the night and made camp without fire. Awakening to a patter of rain on the leaves overhead, I crawled out on the ground, put on my hat and boots, and slung on my gun belt, and then rolled in my bed. Without even waiting for coffee, I saddled up and left the woods at a fast trot. Working my way around a half-dozen small lakes and ponds, I topped out on a ridge overlooking miles upon miles of the most magnificent country under heaven. Nothing moved through the gray veil of the rain. I rode down into my valley. The mine was as I left it, but the trail along the chute was 2 feet deep in water, and the rain would soon make it impassable. The other route would have to be my way out. Picketing my horses, I went into the mine and went to work with my pick. The gold was richer than ever, and the quartz so rotten it crumbled under my boots. The rain continued, a steady, persistent downfall that would easily turn to snow. No time to think of Ange, nor of Cap, or anything but getting the gold out and down the mountain. When next I came out, the rain had ceased, but there was an odd lightness to the air that left me uneasy, and it bothered the horses also. Several deer and an elk were feeding in the meadow across the valley, and that might mean a storm was coming. They usually came out about sundown. The valley was quiet, the clouds pressing low over the peaks. The rain started again, scarcely more than a mist. Returning to the mine, I worked hard for another hour, then built a fire and made coffee. My head ached a little from not eating, and it was hard to settle down with that feeling in the air. But part of my uneasiness was being trapped. Beside my fire, I worked long into the night, pounding on the quartz. Maybe the gold I'd come upon was only a pocket. Maybe the quartz would be harder farther on into the rock, or the gold might change its character and require milling to get out. Of such things I knew next to nothing. When night came, I brought the horses in close to the cave and built a fire deeper inside. Mixing a batch of sourdough bread, I made a good meal before I turned in. Middle of the night, I woke up. It was cold. I mean, it was really cold. It was colder than I ever believed it could be. The horses were crowded together, heads down. I stepped out of the cave into a strange world of ice. Ice, crystal ice in the moonlight that fell through torn clouds. Ice on the trees, ice on the rocks, gleaming ice on the meadow grass, ice on the willows, making them like a forest of slim glass sticks. It was strange, and it was beautiful, and it had the shine of death. Nobody would be traveling any trail in the mountains until that ice was gone. Those eyebrow trails, those brink of the precipitous trails, those rocky crossings, those sheets of rock, all would be sheets of ice now, where no horse could maintain its footing, when even a man in moccasins would dare scarcely move. The thought of the trail into the valley where Ange had been put my hair on end. If the sun came out, it would melt soon enough, but it was late in the season. Suppose it snowed first. Any step might start an avalanche. Going back inside, I built my fire bigger, and then I came out with a piece of sacking and commenced to clean off the horses. Ice was on their winter coats, and it crackled when I broke it free. They knew I was trying to help them, and they stood very still, their eyes helpless and frightened. It was the worst sleet storm I'd ever seen, worse than even the pognips in Nevada. A lot of tree branches had broken under the weight of the ice. It was white, crystal world, like glass everywhere. Food. I would need food the worst way. With the intense cold, I would need more than usual to keep warm, and there was no telling how long I'd be stuck here. Perhaps all winter. There was no sense in wasting time. Every step, even on the flat, would be taken at the risk of a broken leg. The trails were out of question now. The gold itself was unimportant. From now on, it would be a fight to survive. It was still a couple hours until daylight, but I got my axe and went outside and cut a couple of good chunks from a log that I'd dragged up and built a fire that would last. The horses stood stiff-legged, afraid to move on the slick ground, so with a shovel I went around and broke up the ice and shoveled some of the waste rock from my mine over the ice. Then I went into the woods, knocked the ice loose from a tree trunk, and cut off the heavier limbs and packed them back to the cave. The moonlight was gone. I added fuel to my fire, put on the coffee pot, and commenced to study out the situation. There might be some way of getting out of here that I'd overlooked. With daylight, the first thing would be to find and kill a deer or two. As long as the cold held, I'd not have to worry about the meat spoiling. Dawn came under a sky of cold, gray clouds. I went out and started to hunt for a deer. The Appaloosa moved to the edge of the ice that sparkled on the grass and began to paw at it to get at the grass. He was a Montana horse and used to such things. Shortly before noon, I found a buck. By nightfall it was colder, if anything. I had butchered up my deer and hung the meat up. I had skinned him properly and saved the hide. If I was here for the winter, I was going to need as many as hides as I could get, and all the game I would have a chance at was right here in the valley now. Huddling in my blankets, I sat over the fire all night long. I was going to have to wall up the mouth of that cave. The wind crept in there, fluttering my fire, and brought the cold with it. The morning broke, with the flat gray clouds still shielding the sun, the wind knife-edged and raw, the glassy branches shaking slightly, clattering one against the other like skeleton arms. The horses tugged woefully at the frozen grass, and the ice cut their lips until they came to me whimpering. Down by the stream where the grass grew taller, I shattered the ice and cut the grass to bring back to them. This could not go on. Somehow, I was going to have to get down the mountain. I wanted to take the horses with me, if it could be done. Yet, I knew it could not, and without me in this high valley, they would surely die. That night, I broiled a venison steak and ate it, hunched over the fire, cutting it in strips to handle it better. Snow fell that night, and when day came, one of my pack horses was down with a broken leg. The shot that killed him echoed down the ice-choked valley. There, lightly falling snow, I went down the valley to the chute. The stream was frozen over, and the chute was a solid mass of ice. The water had risen still more, and the ledge down which the trail wound was now under several feet of water. To get out by that route was out of the question. Ange had lasted a winter up here with her grandfather. How had they done it? Their cave was bigger and better sheltered, and there was a lifetime of firewood in the huge old logs that lay among the boulders. But could I get down the trail to the bottom? Could I even get to the canyon? Up where the bristlecone pines grew, the wind had a full sweep, and it would be even colder there. The trail, if I could reach it, was 500 feet down a sheer face that was probably sheeted in ice. That would be a last resort. For the time being, I'd remain where I was and try and last out the storm. Taking the shovel, I went out and knocked some ice from the grass to give the horses a fighting chance. They knew how to get at it themselves, but the ice roughed up their lips and bloodied their hocks. The snow kept falling, covering the ice with a thin mantle, making the ice all the more dangerous. Suddenly, the Appaloosa's head came up sharply, and his ears pricked. I got out my Winchester. Nothing moved within the limited area I could see through the drifting snow. Listening, I could hear nothing. Walking with extreme care, I went to the willows at the edge of the creek and cut several slender lengths which I carried back to the cave and placed on the floor not too close to the fire. Always on the range, I carried with me a bundle of raw hide strips, some of them called piggin strings, from tying the cows' legs when branding. Every cowhand carries some for emergencies on the range, and I was going to have a use for them now. The horses showed no tenacity to wander, but remained close to the cave. All through the morning and into the afternoon, I kept busy reducing the rest of the quartz to gold I could pack out. When the willow strips were pliable again, I took each one and bent them into an oval and tied them, selecting the 2 best ovals to keep. And then, with the rawhide strips tied across them, I made rough snowshoes. By nightfall, I took the rifle, strapped on the snowshoes, and went out to give them a test. They were not the first pair I had made, and they worked well. Trailing down the valley towards the chute, I saw it was rapidly choked with snow over the ice. Escaping by that route was completely out of the question. I circled again and ventured towards the valley of Ange's cave. When almost to the bare shoulder where the bristlecone pines grew, I turned back to reach my cave before dark. It was at that moment that I heard the shot. Stunned with the shock, I stood stock still listening to the echo of it racketing against the solemn hills. The echo lost itself against the snow-clad hillside, and I remained still, shivering a little in the cold, alone in a vast world of sky and snow, scarcely willing to accept what my ears were hearing. A shot. Here! It had come from the canyon below. Someone was down there. Someone was at or near Ange's cave. Here, in this place? End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13. The sudden crack of ice, the breaking of a tree branch laden with snow. No, this had been a shot, clear, sharp, and unmistakable. Tell, I said, you aren't alone. Who knew of the cave below, or of the valley? Only Ange, so far as I knew. Cap knew what I had told him, but Cap wouldn't have made it up there even if I had given him exact directions, which I hadn't. He was still too weak. Ange? That was a mighty foolish thing to consider. She had no reason for coming up here. Whoever had been following me down below? Could they have found some way into that valley? That seemed the most likely. If I started for the canyon now, it would be full dark before I got there, and I'd see nothing anyway. The thing to do would be to go back to the mine and hole up until daybreak. One thing was a copper-riveted cinch. If those men were in the canyon, they were snowed in like I was, and unless I was much mistaken, they were a lot less able to cope with it. We Sacketts had never had much to do with. Back in the mountains we learned to make out with mighty little, but we learned how to hustle. There wasn't one of us boys who hadn't traveled miles by himself and lived off the country before he was 16. Since then, I had very little but a rough time, what with soldiering and all. A Montana from Texas cattle drive isn't exactly a place for softening up, and it seemed like I had spent half my life getting along on less than nothing. Hardship was a way of life to me, and there were a few times when I wasn't hungry, cold, or fighting rough country for a living. Being snowed in up here in these mountains wasn't a pleasant thing, but somehow I'd survive. But those others now? When I got back to camp, the horses were close around the cave. I brought them inside and wiped them off. Mostly I fussed over them to keep their spirits up. They were smart enough to know we were in trouble, but being cared for made them confident that all was well. Wishing I could be so sure myself. When I had my fire going, I took off my sheepskin coat and shed my vest before putting the coat back on. I always try to have a little something extra to put on when out in cold weather. Main thing a man has to do to avoid is sweating. When he stops moving, that sweat can freeze into an icy sheet inside the clothes. I fixed myself some grub and sat by the fire with Blackstone open. Time to time I'd squint into the firelight to try and make something out. Those last few months, after I went to bed, sometimes I'd lay awake into the night, a-contemplating things I'd read, or trying to say things using the words taken from that book. By the time spring came, I was hoping my talking would be better, and time to time I'd thought of Ange. About the time I was doing for her and she was half dead from starvation and exhaustion, when I thought maybe this was my woman, I spent a sight of time daydreaming about, just contemplating her and all about her. But there wasn't much left to think about. She had made that plain the other night in the store. Might have been better to let Kit shoot me. Only I didn't believe that. I've heard of men killing themselves over a woman. Most fool thing I ever heard tell of. Women are practical. They get right down to bedrock about things, and no woman is going to be wasting much time remembering a man who is in love enough to die. Thing to do is live for love and not die for it. Though most women folks would a sight rather see a man dead than with another woman. Only that evening alone, with the fire bright in the cave, I got something all bunched up in my throat, just a wishing and a dreaming over Ange and that red gold hair. After I'd eaten, I packed a bait of grub for morning, fixed over my snowshoes a mite, and settled down for the night, stowing the book away in my saddlebag. A good hour before sun-time, I rolled out of my sugan and stowed it away. I fixed myself some breakfast and went down to the creek with the horses. Breaking a hole with my axe, I watered them there. I knocked some grass free of snow and ice, but it wasn't enough. The day wasn't long enough to get enough. Strapping on the snowshoes and slinging a pack, I took a length of rope and my Winchester and started out. It was shy of daybreak when I reached the trail into the canyon. The first thing I saw was a smear on the snow of the trail. Almost halfway down, something had fallen on the trail. Carefully, using handholds on the rock wall where I could find them, I started down the trail, and when I got to the smear, I could see a little snow had already blown over it. So it must have happened during the night, and whatever it was had fallen over the edge. I edged closer to the rim. Here and there the wind had piled the snow until it had built up cornets. If a man should rest his weight on it, down he would go. Leaning over, I looked down. It was Ange. She was laying on a ledge maybe 20 feet down. Snow was blown over her, that red gold hair laying like a flame on the snow, caught in the first light that filtered through the dawn clouds. Putting my rifle down, I hunted around until I found a mess of bristlecone roots exposed by the slide. I knotted my rope to them and went over the side, landing beside her in a shower of snow. The ledge on which she lay was deep in snow and not over 6 or 7 feet across and maybe 3 times that long. She wasn't dead. I picked her up in my arms and held her close, trying to get her warm, whispering all sorts of nonsense to her. I tied a bowline around her body under her arms, snug enough so she wouldn't slip through. Then, hand over hand, clamoring for handholds and footholds in the rock, I pulled myself back up the trail. When I had caught my breath, I hoisted her up. By the time I got her on the trail, it was day, and there was plenty of light. Unknotting the bowline, I coiled my rope and strapped it on my snowshoes and picked her up. She had a bad knot on her head, but the thickness of her hair and the snow had probably cushioned the blow, so I doubted if she was hurt much. I hadn't took 2 steps before I heard a shout, far below, and a rifle shot that must have been very low because it came nowhere near me. I turned and saw several black figures against the snow of the canyon far below. Anne stirred and opened her eyes. Quickly, pulling back as far as I could against the cliff wall, I put her down on her feet.
Tell, is that really you? I thought...
You all right?
I fell. I thought I fell over the edge.
You did. Rifle in one hand and her hand in the other, I eased along the trail and hugged the rocks. Another shot put a bullet close to me, and I could see men running for the trail's end. One of them fell, but the others didn't stop. Who's down there?
It's Mr. Tuttle and those others, Ira Bigelow and Tom. That man named Boyd and 2 others I don't know. One of them they called Ben.
Ben Hobbs?
They made me bring them, Tell. They threatened me. Besides, you hadn't come back, and I was afraid.
It was growing colder. The clouds were breaking, and the wind was mounting. It was slow going because of the ice beneath the snow. At the top of the trail, I got out of the snowshoes and tied them onto Ange. I thought back to the men who were by now making their way up the trail. There were 6 men down there, and they wanted the gold, but most of all, they wanted to kill me. Under the circumstances, they must kill Ange too. Who knows you came with them?
Nobody does. Mr. Tuttle heard us talking, and he must have known about the gold already, but from what I said to you, he could tell I knew about it too. He came to my cabin and offered to become my partner and get all the gold for us. I refused. He went away, and then, when it was dark, he came back with those other men. He told me to get dressed and dress warmly. He said he would kill me if I didn't, and he meant it. I had no idea what he intended to do until we were outside, and then I found out what happened. They tried to follow you, and you got away from them, so they came back for me. The only thing I knew was back the way we came out, and I wasn't very sure of that. When we got into the mountains, it turned colder and the rain was falling. We got to the cave, and by that time they were half frozen and arguing amongst themselves. Boyd stayed out on watch, but he fell asleep and I slipped out. I knew you were up here somewhere.
We struggled through the snow with her talking fast and nervous and scared.
Tell, they mean to kill you. I was wrong, Tell. I didn't understand what kind of men they were.
The fire was down to the merest coals when we got back to the cave. Stacking my fuel, I built up the fire to warm the place, and put some snow on to melt for some coffee water. When I looked up from the fire, Ange was standing there looking at me.
Tell, I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
What could you think? I just got up and shot those men. Of course, they were hunting it. They figured to kill me. I'm sorry you had to see it. I walked to the opening and looked out. The sky was bright, the air was sharp with cold, but there was no sign of Tuttle and the others. Back east, I said. Folks still have duels now and again, only they arrange them. Everything all laid out and pretty and conducted like a ceremony. Only difference is that out here we don't bother getting it fixed up proper. Back where most every man is known, it's different. Out here, most of us are strangers and no one knows if a man he has a difficulty with is a gentleman or not. So he just ups and shoots.
That's what Joe told me. I wouldn't listen at first. It just seemed so brutal.
Yeah, it is kind of brutal. Only I never saw the sense of having folks look at your tombstone and say, "Here's a man who didn't believe in violence. He was a good man, and now he's dead." I paused and peered at the trees opposite. No, Ange, if the folks who believe in law and justice and a decent life for folks are to be shot down by those who believe in violence, nothing much makes sense. I believe in justice. I believe in being tolerating of other folks, but I pack a big pistol, ma'am, and will use it when needed. There was no sign of those men yet. Either they were having trouble on the trail, or they were injuring up on me and would settle down to shoot most any time. The snow and ice had covered the piles of waste rock thrown out on the tunnel, so it wasn't likely they would first guess that this was where the mine was. Ange saw my Blackstone and picked it up.
Are you studying this?
She looked up at me curiously. Yes, ma'am. It's books like that which make a man proud of being a man.
Are you going to be a lawyer?
No, my brother Orrin's made one of himself, but Orrin always was a talker. He had the gift of the Welsh tongue. I didn't have any gift, ma'am. I'm just a man who tries to do the right thing as well as he knows. Only the way I figure, no man has the right to be ignorant. In a country like this, ignorance is a crime. If a man's going to vote, if he's going to take part in his country and his government, then it's up to him to understand. I had no schooling, ma'am, so I'm making out with this book and a few others some day. I felt myself getting red around the gills. I hope to have children, and they'll have schooling, and I don't aim to have them ashamed of their pa.
How could they be? Ange demanded. You're good, you're brave, and...
Here they come, I said, and settled down behind the woodpile. We could hear their boots crunching through the snow. There was 5 of them. Tuttle I recognized at once, and the 2 men beside him were probably the Bigelows. Will Boyd looked done up from the climbing and the cold. Behind him was Ben Hobbs. The only one missing was that white-haired youngster with the guns. I watched them come, chewing on a bit of stick, my Winchester in my hands. They were playing the fool for at that distance.
Come on out, Sackett. We want to talk.
I can hear you.
Come on out here.
And leave this nice warm fire? I'm comfortable. They started arguing amongst themselves. Then Tuttle started towards the cave, so I put a bullet into the snow at his feet, and he stopped so quick he almost fell over. You boys have got bigger problems than me, I commented conversationally. A sight of snow has fell since you came into the mountains. How do you plan to get out?
Look here, Sackett, Tuttle said. We know you're sitting on a rich claim. Well, all we want is a piece of it. Why be foolish? There's enough of us for all.
Why share it? I got it, and all you boys have is a chance to die in the snow. I eased my position a little. Tuttle, you don't seem to understand. When you came in here, you came into a trap. The passes are closed, and we're going to spend all winter here. I hope you brought grub for 5 or 6 months.
If you don't come out, Sackett, Tuttle threatened, we're coming in.
If I shoot again, Tuttle, I'm shooting to kill. It was cold. Knowing this kind of country as I did, I knew what we could expect. It was clearing off. It was cold now, at least 10 below. In a few hours, it might drop to 50 below. Ben, I called, you're no pilgrim. Tell them how cold it can get at 10 to 11,000 feet on a still night. We're all stuck here for the winter, and you might as well get used to the idea. You're going to need shelter, fuel, and food. The game won't stay this high. You'll all head for lower ground. If you make a run for it, you might still get out. The pile of firewood covered half the tunnel mouth to a height of more than 4 feet, and made a crude windbreak and a shelter from gunfire. The tunnel, in following the vein, had taken a slight bend, enough to shelter one person, and I whispered Ange to get back behind it. While partly open, the walls of rock acted as a reflector and threw heat back upon us. Moreover, in our struggle to survive, I would have 3 priceless assets not available to them: the pick, shovel, and axe. They had to come to take a mine from me, and I had come to work the mine. I knew they were at least 2 things they could do that would be terribly dangerous to us. They could direct a heavy fire at the walls and roof of the tunnel, causing the bullets to ricochet within the small space. Such bullets tear like jagged pieces of hot metal, they are. And they could kill the horses. Killing them in the tunnel mouth would obscure our vision, and might even block escape. It might be they were doomed to die anyways, but I was going to get them out of here if I could. Somewhere on the slope, a tree branch cracked in the cold. It was very still, an icy stillness. Boyd stamped his feet and complained. Boyd would be the first to go. He simply hadn't the guts for the long pull. Of them all, Ben Hobbs would be the one to last. Suddenly they turned around and started for the trees. I should nail one of them, I thought. But then it was too late, and they were under the large trees and behind some brush where I could hear branches breaking as they built a fire. They would need more than a fire. Where was the kid? There had been 6. One had tripped and fallen down below. That whole lower canyon was a vast snare of boulders and logs, covered now with snow. The bullet hit the butt end of a cut log just an instant before the report racketed against the hills. I reached over for the coffee pot and filled my cup. Nursing it in my hands to keep my fingers warm, I sat tight. A volley of shots came next, and one of them struck above the entrance, showering the woodpile with chipped rock. "Stay back there, Ange. Don't move unless you have to."
"Tell, are we going to get out of this?"
"Ange, I could lie to you, but I don't know. If any of us get out, we'll be lucky." For several minutes they kept up a hammer and fire, and I let them shoot, holding my cup in my hands and waiting. Finally they stopped, and we could hear them arguing. Would they believe us dead? That was what I hoped. Tuttle called out, but I made no sound. A couple of searching shots came then, one striking the rock above the opening again, and the other hit just inside. Again, Tuttle yelled, and I finished my coffee, peered through the openings in the woodpile. Another shot. This one struck deep into the cave with an angry smack. There was more arguing. The voices could be heard, but not the words, and then the brush parted, and Tom Bigelow was coming towards the cave, a pistol in his hand. He slowed as he came nearer, worried by what he was doing. He paused and threw up his pistol and fired. It was a quick testing shot, and it struck the rock at the side of the opening. Bigelow hesitated, then came on, walking fast. He was within a dozen steps when I spoke out. "All right, Bigelow, drop the gun." He pulled up sharp and started to tilt the gun. "Drop it." He could see the rifle muzzle now. At that distance, even a child couldn't miss with a Winchester. He dropped the gun. "Your brother was killed because he tried to bottom deal on me, and I told him he better not grab iron, and he tried it. I didn't want to kill him." Tom Bigelow said nothing. "Unloose your gun belt," I said. He unfastened the belt and let her fall. "All right, I'm letting you go back, but before you go, you might tell me what you boys are going to do for something to eat. Your passes are closed, you can't take our grub, and if you could, there isn't enough to last a week." "We can get back." "Ask Ben Hobbs. Ask him about Al Packer." "Who's he?" "He started across the mountains in the winter with a party. They ran out of grub, and he ate all 5 of the other ones. These are the same mountains. Are you ready for that, Bigelow?" "You're lying." "All right, go on back." One less gun they had, and maybe 18 to 20 less cartridges. Come night time, they would try and close in on me, of course on the white snow. "Did they bring any pack horses?" I asked Ange.
"No," she said. "They planned to go right back."
So, they'd be short on grub then. Whatever they did, they must do it at once. Suddenly, as Bigelow disappeared into the trees, I levered 3 fast searching shots over there, waited an instant, then fired again, holding the rifle a little lower. Shivering, I added fuel to the fire. The hungry flames crept slowly along the branches, then, finding a piece of pitch pine, blazed up. A shot struck the roof and ricocheted down and scattered fire. I brushed the sparks from my clothes in the bed and felt a sharp tug at my sleeve as a second bullet came, striking just beyond the fire. Through the trees I could see their fire. Lying prone on the cold floor and taking my time, I drew a careful bead on a dark spot on the edge. It might be a stump or a log, but it might also be a man. For a minute I relaxed, and then, taking a long breath, I gathered trigger slack and let the breath out slowly and squeezed off the shot. The cry was hoarse and choking, followed by a horrible retching sound such as I had never heard from anything, animal or human. There was a volley in reply. I fired 4 more shots that covered an area about 4 feet back from the fire, and then a final shot across the fire itself. "Ange," I said, "you'll find some cold flour in my pack. Take it and some of that meat and cook them together. When it gets dark, we're going to get out. Can we? We can try. Worried as I was about Tuttle and the rest of them, I was more worried about the cold. Somehow we had to escape. We had to try. We had to try while we had our strength. Ange was in no condition to attempt a winter in the mountains. We lacked the food for it, lacked the proper clothing and equipment. Yet, bad off as we were, those others must be suffering more by now. For his own sake, I hope the man I shot was dead. Frightened by the firing, the horses had drawn back away from the cave mouth. Now they started back, but before they could reach us, 2 quick shots put them down. The pack horse first, and then the Appaloosa. For the first time in months I swore. Pa was never strong on cussin', and Ma was dead set against it, so we boys kinda grew up without doing much of that. But I said some words this time. They were good horses, and they had done no harm to anyone. But I knew why they were killed. Those men over there, they were realizing how much they needed grub, and horse meat was still meat, and not bad eating at that. Night came, stars appeared, wind came flowing like icy water over the rim of the mountain. The moon was not visible to us, but shone white upon the mountain tops. Twice I dusted the woods with gunfire, and then Ange and me, we ate what we could. What was left of the jerked meat I stowed away in a pack, and made another pack of our blankets and ammunition. With a long pole I had used a couple times for fishing, I reached out and snagged Tom Bigelow's gun belt and then the pistol. I shucked the shells from the gun belt and used them to fill empty loops in my own belt. Emptying the shells into my hand from the cylinder, I took my axe and smashed the firing pin. Then I made a loop on my pack from which to hang the axe, and covered over the shovel and pick with rock waste from the floor in the tunnel. They'd probably find them, but I had no intentions of making it easy. Occasionally a shot hit the back wall or struck into the woodpile. Only at long intervals I returned their fire. I wanted them to become accustomed to long waiting. There was every chance they would try an attack under the cover of darkness, although their dark figures would be visible on the snow for a time. However, if they managed to cross far down the valley and work toward us along the wall. "Be ready to move," I whispered to Ange. "I think they're going to try something now, and after that we're pulling out." Getting up from behind the stacked wood, I moved outside and eased along the rock wall until I could look both ways. Nothing at first, and then a faint whisper of coarse cloth brushing on branches. Waiting until I detected a movement, I lifted the rifle and located the movement again, then fired. There was a grunt, a heavy fall, and a bullet struck rock near my face. I ducked and half fell back into the tunnel. Outside there was Kirsten and several shots. Catching up the packs, I slung one on my back. Ange already had the small one on. An instant we paused. I levered a shot at a stab of flame from the trees, and then we slipped out. The area around the tunnel lay a heavy darkness. We went swiftly along the wall, and when well away from the tunnel, turned up through the trees. We had to go down the trail which they had come up, and go down it in darkness. Then we had to go up the opposite side, climb that steep talus slope to the bare, icy ridge that overlooked the Valsitos. Whenever Ange could make this, I did not know. Once into the trees and moving, working away from the valley of the mine, we slowed down, holding to a steady pace. The snow was frozen, and we moved now across a good surface where there was no need for snowshoes. The crude pair had been abandoned, as they were in bad shape anyway after the rough usage they had. As long as the cold held, the snow would remain solid, but when it became warmer, the ice beneath the snow left by the sleet storm would melt. Once that happened, travel would become impossible. At the lightest step, snow might slide, bringing down all the snow in one gigantic avalanche. The cold was a blessing, severe as it was. We traveled steadily. Nobody would be too anxious to investigate the mine, even when they began to believe we had escaped. And when they did investigate, they would start at once to seek for gold. Most of that in sight had been taken by me, and they were going to have to do some digging to get at the rest. And before long, they would have other things on their mind. Time to time, I stopped to give Ange a chance to catch her breath and to ease her muscles. She didn't complain and seemed to be holding up. The moon was bright on the canyon wall when we came to the path down. Ange caught my sleeve. "Tell, do we have to?" "We have to." I tried a foot on the trail. The frozen snow might make it a lot easier going down than that loose snow over the sleet. Moving carefully like a man walking on eggs, I started down. Wind bit at exposed flesh and stiffening our muscles. The canyon below was a great open mouth of darkness. Above us the ridges and peaks towered white and pure, glittering with wild beauty in this moonlight. It's rare in a man's life to see such a sight, and I stopped for a minute just taking it in. Ange was standing close behind, her hands on my back. "I wish Ma could see this," I said. "She favors lovely things." The wind gnawed at our face with icy teeth, and as we moved along, snow crunched as we put our feet down, each step a lifetime of risk and doubt. The path was scarcely 3 feet wide, widening to 4 at the most, but looking broader in spots because of the drifts of snow that hung over the lip. It was a steep path where each step had to be separate, the foot put carefully down, the weight resting gradually, and then the other foot lifted. The sky above was amazingly bright. The moon made the hills and peaks like day. High above, on a frosty ridge where I hoped to be daylight, the snow blew, throwing a brief veil across the sky. The snow hanging on the slopes above the trail made me mighty uneasy. Snow like that can start to slide at the slightest provocation, and with daylight it would become even worse. When we were halfway down, we stopped again, and Ange came up beside me. "Are you ready for it?" I asked her. "They'll be coming soon, Ange." "How long has it been?" "Couple hours." We hit bottom, with our knees shaken, and headed for the cave. By daylight, they would realize we were gone. With the fire out, they would soon guess we'd lit a shuck, and they would come a-heeling after us. We were almost to the cave when we smelled smoke. Catching a whiff of it, I pulled up short. Somebody was in the cave. Stepping into the opening, gun up and ready, I found myself looking into the muzzle of a .44 gun. That muzzle looked as great as the cave mouth, as black as death itself. "Mister," I said, "you put that .44 down. If you don't, I'm gonna sure have to kill you." And all the while he had the drop on me. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Kid Newton was holding that pistol. That white-haired kid I talked out of trouble back down the line. He was laying on his back, looking sick, and the gun in his hand was shaky. A blanket was pulled over him, and I could see from the fire he'd been feeding sticks into without getting up. "What's the matter, kid? You in trouble?" He kept the gun on me. Could I swing that Winchester up in time to nail him? I was hoping I wouldn't have to try. "Busted my leg." "And they left you? That ain't hardly decent, kid." Using all the nerve I hadn't stored, I put down my rifle. "Kid, put that gun away and let me look at your leg." "You got no cause to help me," he said, but I could see he really wanted help more than anyone I'd ever seen. "You're hurt, and that's cause enough. Maybe when you're well, I'll have cause to shoot you, but right now, I wouldn't leave no man in your kind of trouble. I said to Ange, you stay in the opening and keep a lookout. We may have to shoot our way out of here yet. Taking the pistol from his hand, I pulled back the blanket. He had made a try at splinting his leg, but the splints had come loose. The leg was swollen and looked a fright. I cut a split on his pant leg and cut his boot to get it off. No cowhand likes to have a good pair of boots ruined, but there was no other way about it. Looked like a clean break, about a few inches below the knee, but those splints had been a lousy job. I cut some fresh ones, and then I made a try at doing something to ease them. I heated some water and put some hot cloths on the leg. To tell the truth, I wasn't sure how much good they'd do, but they would make him think he was being helped, a comfort to a man who's been laying alone, half froze to death in a lonely cave. You dragged yourself in here? They left me. That's a rawhide outfit, kid. They ain't worth shooting. You ought to cut loose from them and line up with a real bunch. Breaking up some sticks, I built up the fire, and all the time I was thinking about what a pickle we were in. It was bad enough, Ange and me, trying to take out over that ridge, and if we weren't in trouble enough, we were now saddled with a man with a broken leg. Folks might say it was none of my business, that my first duty was to get Ange out of here, and myself. It was nip and tuck whether we would make it or not. I'd say we were on the short end of the odds. The kid had come with men who intended to rob and probably murder me, and before he had tried to pick a fight with me. Some day somebody was going to have to shoot him more than likely. But left here he would freeze to death before he would starve. There was no two ways about that, and none of that gold-hungry crowd would lift a hand to help. Taking the axe, I walked down to the trees. The moon was gone now, but day was not too far off. Searching through a bunch of second-growth timber, stuff that would grow up after a slide had ripped down, I found in a thick cluster of aspen just what I was looking for. I cut 2 slim poles about 8 feet long. I carried them back to the cave after trimming the branches off, and then took the axe and smoothed off one side. My axe was sharp, and I had split enough rails for fences back in Tennessee to know how to trim up a young tree. On the bottom end, I cut a bevel, curving up the end towards a mite. Going to the woodpile, I cut some cross pieces, and notching the poles to take 4 of them, and then fitted them into the notches. What you fixin'? You set quiet. Can't pack you out of here on my back, so I'm fixin' a toboggan, such as it is. You'd take me out of here? The kid wasn't expecting any favors, seemed like. I can't just leave you here and let you freeze, I told him irritable. Best thing you can do is to stay quiet. If we get at it all, you'll be with us, but don't get your hopes up. Our chances are mighty poor. For several minutes, while I wove some rawhide around the cross pieces, Kid Newton had nothing to say. Finally, he eased his leg a mite. Sackett, you and that girl better take out. I'm no account. Why, I was fixin' to kill you back along the trail. Kid, you'd never have cleared leather. I wasn't hunting trouble, but I cut my teeth on a 6-shooter. You can make it, you two. You're never gonna get me over any trail on that sled. We aren't going by trail. I sat back on my heels. Kid, if you get out of this alive, you can sure tell folks you've been up the crick and over the mountain, because that's where we're going. He didn't get it, and reason enough he couldn't. No man in his right mind would try what I was figuring to do. Some of the trails by which we had come into the mountains would now be 12 feet under the snow. What I figured to do was go over the ridge, to go right down the steep side of the mountain into camp. Crazy? Sure, but the chute was choked with snow and ice. The upper valley was full by now, and the other trails, the one by which Ange had came up, the passes would be choked with snow there as well. We'd all come in on horseback, but no horse could get out. In places the snow might carry the weight of a man alone, but never the weight of men and horses. We might make it out, but it was a risk scarcely worth even thinking about. It is one thing to ride a horse through unknown country. It's another to go back afoot. It would take twice, maybe 3 times as long. The gang up there had figured to come in and go right out again. "What do you mean?" The kid was looking at me now like he was afraid he did know. Pausing in my work, I gestured at the mountain opposite. "The one above us is higher, and we're going over it." He knew I was crazy now. One lone man taking a girl and a wounded man over the mountain. The sky was gray overhead when we started out there, me towing that crude toboggan behind me. The slope of the talus was steep, but easier going with the snow on it, for the rock did not slide underneath me. Still, it was a struggle to get up the foot to that chimney. Ange looked up at it, and her eyes were almighty big when she turned back to me. "Tell," she whispered, "you can't do it. It's impossible." To tell the truth, I didn't feel very good about it myself. That was a high mountain, and that climb was going to be something. Slinging my rifle around my shoulders and hanging a coil of rope to my belt, I told Ange to come on. The kid, he was tied onto that sled, and he laid there looking at me. "You gonna leave me, Sackett? I don't blame you. Unless you can fly, you ain't going up there." I made one end of the rope fast to the head of the toboggan and got ready to climb. The rope was made fast by turning around on each runner, then tying the end of the rope to the standing part so the sleigh would hang straight when I started to pull it. Going on up ahead, I cut a few toe holds in the ice and found a couple I'd used before where no ice had collected. When at last I climbed the chimney, I guided Ange. She was little, but mighty lithe and strong when it came right down to it, and she made easier work of that climb than I did. The old gnarl bristle cone was standing there where I remembered it, atop that chimney and rooted deep in the rock. Taking a turn around that old tree, I dug my heels in and started to hand over hand that rope. Like I said, I'm a big man with a lot of beef in my shoulders and arms, but when I took the strain of the full weight, I surely knew I was in trouble. Getting him clear of the ground was only part of it. He had to fend himself off the rocky face with his hands. A time or two, I could feel him helping me where he could get a handhold. And she stood behind me and cleared the rope around the trunk so that we could hold on to what we got. My hands were stiff, but I didn't think I'd ever get my fingers unwound from that rope. But I hauled away. Stopping to rest myself with the kid hanging there like a papoose slung to a packboard, I looked off across the valley. Somebody was coming down the trail. How far? Maybe a quarter mile, a bit less, a bit more. There was only 4 of them, and the man behind was making a slow thing of it. One of them jerked up his rifle, and we heard the sound of a shot. What happened to that bullet I could never say, but it came nowhere near us. Judging distance across the canyon like that, when the target is higher than you, that's quite a stunt. Why, I've missed a few shots like that myself. Digging in my heels, I took hold of that rope. My arms ached and I was fighting for breath. Those high up ridges surely took a man's wind. But I got him up a couple of feet more, and beat my hands to warm them, and started at it again. There was no time to look across the canyon. There was only time to haul away, heave and heave again, catch a breath, and then heave again. Then the toboggan brought up against something and stuck. "Ange," I said, straightening up, "I'm going down. When I clear the sled, you get as much rope around that pine as it can be." "Tell?" Turning around, I looked at her. She was looking right at me. "Why are you doing this? Is this because of the way I acted?" "Well," I declare, "I hadn't thought of that." "No, Ange, I never gave thought to that at all. No man can abide to what a woman thinks at times like this. He just does what his nature is to do. That man down there, we had words one time. He was figuring to shoot me, and I had planned to beat him to it. That's one thing, and this here's another. That's a helpless man, and when I get him up here and get him safe, then maybe he'll come a-gunning for me again. So I'll have to shoot him. I started down the slope and stopped and looked back. Does seem like a lot of trouble to go to, doesn't it? Well, I cleared him, and we hoisted him out over top of the ridge using the same route I'd found on that day when I left Ange at the camp. Down below was Cap, our log house, our claim, down there in the trees. And up here the wind was blowing a gale, and a man could scarcely stand erect. One thing I knew, we had to get off that mountain, and fast. It was clouding up again, great banks of gray, solid cloud. That would mean more snow. That canyon could be 20 feet deep in snow before the week was out. Camp was a half-mile as the crow flies, but a good 5,000 feet down. Looking north to where I'd spotted what looked like a way down, I could still see it despite the snow. Once into the trees, we could make out all right, although it would be work. This ridge was about 13,000 feet up, and the wind was roaring along it. All the gray granite was swept clean, although there were flurries of snow in the air from time to time. Leaning into the wind, we started on, towing the sled. Finally, we got down over the edge of the ridge. Right away, the wind seemed to let up. My face was raw from the wind, my hands were numb, my fingers in their gloves felt stiff, and I was afraid that the kid, held immobile the way he was, would freeze to death. Lowering the sled away ahead of us, we made it down. One time the wind came around a shoulder of the mountain and lifted the sled, man and all, like it was a leaf, but set it down again before the rope tore from my hands. We both heard the kid scream when the drop jolted his broken leg. Bracing myself on great scattered rocks, I lowered him. Climbing after, lowering Ange, I lost all sense of time and could not remember when it had ever been warm. Below us was a huge old tree, ripped from the rock by its roots. It sprawled like a giant spider, petrified at the moment of death, legs withering. A little farther below it was wind-tortured trees and then the forest. We could see the tops of the trees and, far off below, a white world of snow, with here and there a faint feather of smoke raising from some house. Hugging that wind-torn mountainside and looking down into the treetops, I could barely believe there was a house with a fire burning in it, or Ma a-rockin' in her old rocker, or Orrin a-singin'. It was a world far, far away from the wind, the cold, and the snow that drove at your face like sand. But, easing the sled down a little farther, we got into the trees. From there to the bottom, it was mostly a matter of guiding the sled, belaying the rope around a tree here and there to ease it, and working our way through. One time Ange almost dropped, and my own knees were buckling most of the way. By the time we reached the path I'd cut to build a little fort above the camp, I'd fallen down a half-dozen times, and I was so numb with cold and so exhausted I could scarcely think. To draw a rope over my shoulder and one arm around Ange, I started through the tall pines toward the house. The snow was deep under the trees, but there was a slow lift of smoke from the chimney and a light in the window. Seemed like only a short time ago it was coming daylight, and now it was dark time again. Then I fell, face down in the snow. Seems to me I tried to get up, seemed to get my hands under me and push. All I could see was that light in the window, and I could hear myself talking. I hauled away and got to the door, where I couldn't make my fingers work the latch. The door opened of a sudden, and Cap was standing there, with a 6-gun in his hand, looking like he was the old Cap and ready to start shooting. "Ain't worth the trouble, Cap. I think I'm dead already." Joe Rugger was there, and between them they got Kid Newton off the sled and into the house. Ange, she just sat down and started to cry, and I knelt on the floor and put my arm around her and kept telling her everything was all right. Kid Newton caught my sleeve. "By God," he said, "today I seen a man I thought—" "Get some sleep," I said. "Joe's going for the doctor." "I seen a man," the kid repeated. "Why, when I hung those guns on me, I thought I was something. I thought—" "Shut up," I said, and I reached my hands towards the fire a distance off. I could feel the million tiny needles starting to dance on my fingers as the cold began to leave them. "Speaking of men," I looked over at Newton, "if you ever get down to Mora, I got 2 brothers down there, Tyrell and Orrin. Now there's a couple of men." "I always figured I'd make something of myself," I said, "but I guess I ain't just got it in me." Sitting on the edge of the bed, I just let the heat soak into me, every muscle feeling stretched out and useless. Ange had quit her crying and dropped off to sleep there beside me, her face drawn and dark hollows under her eyes. "You've been through it," Cap said. He looked at Newton. "What'd you bring him back for?" "I ain't got no better sense, Cap. I brought him down off that mountain because there was no one else to do it." "But he wanted to kill you." "Sure, he had him a notion, that's all. I reckon since then he's had time to contemplate." Cap Roundtree took the pipe out of his teeth and dumped coffee into the pot. "Well then, you take time to contemplate this," he said. "There's another Bigelow down in town, and he's asking for you." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. It wasn't in me to lay abed. Come daylight, I was on my feet, but I wasn't up to much. What I was really up for was some victuals. It seemed like I hadn't been so hungry in years. Ange was still sleeping in the other room, and Joe Rugger and his wife, just out from Ohio, had come out to the place. "That Bigelow worries me," Rugger says. "He's a man hunting trouble like you never saw." "Those Bigelows," I said, "they remind me of those little animals a Swede told me about one time. Called them lemons or lemons or something like that. Seems as if all of a sudden they take out for the ocean, millions of them, and they run right into the ocean and drown. Those Bigelows seem bound and determined to get themselves killed just as fast as they can manage." "Don't take 'em too lightly, Tell," Ruger warned me. "He killed a man in Denver City and another in Tucson. Benson Bigelow, he's the oldest and the biggest and the toughest of them all." "I heard of him," Cap said. "I didn't know he was kin." "He's been asking questions about his brother. They haven't come back out of the mountains, and he says you murdered them." "Them and 3 more? That's quite a lot to take on. Believe me, they haven't come out of the mountains, and it'll surprise me if they ever do." The warmth of the room felt good, and after a while I stretched out and slept some more. When I opened my eyes, Ange was fixing something on the stove. I got up, pulled on my boots. I spilled some water in the basin and washed my hands and face. The water felt good on my face, and I decided I needed a shave. Cap was off somewhere, and just the 2 of us were there. The doctor had taken the kid away. It was nice shaving with Ange fussing over something at the fire. Finally she called me to dinner, and I was ready. Cap came in, stomping the snow with his boots on the stoop. "Snowing," he said. "You were lucky. A few more hours and you probably would have never made her." Ange brought me a cup of coffee, and I held it in my hands, thinking about those men up there. They brought it on themselves, and despite their ill feelings for me, I was wishing they would make it. They never did. Cap accepted coffee too, and he looked over at me. "That Benson Bigelow's telling it around that you're yella, afraid to meet him." Some folks are bound and determined to make fools of themselves. All I wanted was a ranch of my own, some cattle, and a little land I could crop. Only when I was looking up there at Ange, I knew that wasn't all I wanted. I had no idea how to put it, and hated to risk it, knowing how little I had to offer. Here I was, a grown man, just learning to read proper, and although I found some gold, there was no telling how deep that vein would run. In fact, it acted to me like a pocket. That was why, as soon as spring came, I was going to light out for more to see the boys. I said as much to Cap. "You needn't worry," he said. "Tyrell and Orrin, they're riding up here. Them and Ollie Shattuck. Ollie was from the Cumberland, too. Sheriff back there one time, and some distant kin of ours. He was the one who got Orrin into politics, although Tennessee boys take to politics like they do to coon hunting." "When do you expect 'em?" "Oh, tonight or tomorrow, if all goes well. They heard you was fetching trouble. They sent word they was coming right along." They would ride into town, and unknown to them that Bigelow would be there, and he might hear one of them called Sackett and just open up and start shooting. If he faced them, I wasn't worried. Tyrell was hell on wheels with a pistol. I finished my coffee and got up. Then I took my gun belt and slung it around my hips, took down my coat and hat. "Riding up to town," I said. "A little fresh air." "'Tis kind of stuffy in here," Cap Roundtree said. "Mind if I ride along?" Ange turned from the fire with a big spoon in her hand. "What about supper? After I've gone to all this trouble?" "We'll be back," I said. "You keep it warm, Ange." I shrugged into my coat and put on my hat. I was going to have to get me a coon's skin for this weather. "Anyway," I said, "the way I figure, I shouldn't get used to your cooking nohow. A man can sort of form a habit." She was looking me right in the eye, her face flushed a mite from the fire, looking pretty as all get out. Trouble is, no woman in her right mind would marry a fool, and I'm certainly one. "A lot you know about women," she scoffed. "Did you ever see a fool who didn't have a wife?" "Well, come to think of that, I hadn't." "Keep it warm," I said. She didn't say a word about shooting or Benson Bigelow. She just said, "You come back, Tell Sackett. I won't have my supper wasted, not after all this trouble." It was cool in the outside air, and Cap led the horses out. He had them saddled. "Figured you wouldn't want the boys to come up against it unexpected," he said. The saloon was hot and crowded, and up at the bar a big man was standing. He had a broad, hard-boned face, and it took only one look to see this was no ordinary Bigelow. This was the old man of the woods, right from Bitter Creek, tough and mean and not all talk. He turned around and looked at me, and I walked over and leaned on the bar alongside him. You never saw a saloon lose customers so fast. Must have been 50 or 60 men in there when I first leaned on the bar, but a half-minute later there weren't but 5 or 6, the kind who would just have to stay and see what happened, men determined to be innocent bystanders. This Bigelow sized me up, and I looked back at him kind of mild and round-eyed, and I said, "Nice mustache you have there, Mr. Bigelow." "What's wrong with my mustache?" "Why, nothing exactly." "What's that mean?" "Buy you a drink?" "What's wrong with my mustache? No, I'll buy my own drinks." For the first time he realized the crowd was gone. The skin under his eyes seemed to tighten. Outside, I thought I heard horses coming. It was late for travel in this weather, which made me wonder if it wasn't Tyrell or Orrin. Those brothers of mine ride hundreds of miles, well, maybe a couple hundred, through rough country because they figured I was standing alone against trouble. "Are you Tell Sackett?" "That brother of yours, Wes, he never was no hand with cards, nor a pistol either." "What happened to Tom and Ira?" "You look long enough, you'll find them in the spring," I told him. They had no sense coming chasing after me into the hills with winter coming on and snow in the air. Did you see them? They tried to kill me a couple times. They weren't any better shots than West. Tom, he lost his gun up there. Bigelow was quiet, and I could see him studying things out in his mind. I heard you were coming up hunting me, I said mildly. It's a long ride for the trouble. He couldn't quite make me out. Nothing I had said showed me I was troubled about anything, just talking like a passer-by. You know something, Bigelow? You better just saddle your horse and ride on out of here. What happened to your brothers was brought on themselves. Maybe you're right, he said. I'll buy the drink. So we had us a drink together, then I ordered one. When I got rid of that, I drew back. Well, I got a good supper waiting for me. See you around, Bigelow. Turning, I started for the door, and then he said, Sackett? His voice cocked when it cleared leather, and a sound like that is plain to hear in an empty room. I drew as I turned, and his first bullet whiffed by my ear. Steadying down, I shot him through the belly, and it slammed him back against the bar. But he caught the edge with his left hand and pulled himself around. I did not hear the report, but I felt the slug take me low and hard. I braced myself, and I shot him again. He did not go down. 44 or not, you have to hit a man either right through the heart, through the head, or on a big bone to stop him if he's mad. And Bigelow was killing mad. He was a big bear of a man, and he looked tough as winter on the Cap Rock of West Texas. For what seemed like minutes, he stood there, and I could see the blood soak in his shirt front and pants. Then great red drops of it began to hit the floor between his feet. He lifted his gun and took his time, his left hand still clinging to the bar. He took dead aim at me. He started to cock the gun, and I shot him again. He jolted the bar when he slammed back against it. A bottle tipped over and rolled down the bar, spilling whiskey. He reached over, took up the bottle, and drank out of it, holding it in his left hand, never taking his eyes off me. He put the bottle down, and I said, That drink was on me. I made a mistake, he said. I guess you shot him honest. Only Wes, the cold got the others. All right, he said, and he turned his back on me. I could hear running outside. For a long time I stood there, with my gun in my hand looking at his back, and then slowly his knees began to sag, and he fell, his fingers clinging as long as they could to the bar. Then he let go, rolled over on the floor, and he was dead. He lay there, face up, in the sawdust, his eyes open to the lights, and there was sawdust in his beard. There was a wet feeling inside my pants where the blood was running. I thumbed shells into my gun, holstered it, and Cap came up to me. You're hit, he said. Seems like, I said, and caught hold of the wall. The door opened and Tyrell came in, with Orrin right behind him, both of them ready for trouble. We better get back to the place, I said. Supper will be getting cold. They looked past me at Bigelow. Any more of 'em? Tyrell asked. If they are, they won't have to shoot me. I'll shoot myself. Cap pulled my shirt open, and they could see the blood oozing from a hole in the flesh over my hip. The bullet had cut itself a place without hitting a bone or doing much harm. Tyrell took out a silk handkerchief and plugged it up, and we went outside. The doctor's here, Cap protested. You better go see him. Bring him along. There's a lady waiting for dinner. When I came in the door of the cabin, Anne stood with her back to it. I could see her shoulders hunch a mite as if she expected to be hit. And I said, This fool ain't married. She turned around and looked at me. He will be, she said, and dropped her spoon on the floor and came across the room and right into my arms. So I took her into my arms, and for the first time in my life I had something that was really mine. Seemed like even a long, tall man who ain't much for looks can find himself a woman too. End of chapter 15. Well, folks, that ends this story. I've appreciated all the comments and likes that people have been putting on my past videos. It's really helped get more exposure and have been helping increase our view rate. We'll be starting another story shortly. Not quite sure what I'll choose just yet, whether I'll stick with the Sackett lineage or go on to some other piece of Louis's work for now. I've kind of appreciated sticking with Sackett stories. Not typical that I read so many, write one right after the other. It's kind of been nice having all those little links come full circle, I guess you could say. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll catch you on the next one. As always, thank you, and bye for now.